You have 68 wins. You cannot 69 Mina.
Hey everyone, it is the center of attention, Brittany Brooks, and you are watching Simply Reliable Studios.
Come on over, Steph. I'm being see, earlier I said something stupid to him, and now this is my receipt. Okay.
Sabu's just sabotaging.
Yep. He sure did.
Hijacking.
Yeah, he's taking over.
Hijacking is a better word. You're right.
Good luck.
What up, everybody? This is the People's Babushka, and you are watching Simply Reliable Studios.
Shout out to Simply Reliable Studios making their Symphony debut, sponsoring this match and the entire Dragon Kai demonstration.
What's up, everybody? It is the hottest flame, the realest Hogan, the bionic baddie, Kiera Hogan, period, and you are watching Simply Reliable Studios.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Noah. I believe in Datula. The Meltzer of the multiverse. I know. Who the fuck wants to compare themselves to another? How much of a mark do you have to be? You couldn't even pick a professional athlete. You went with a fucking journalist? Grow up, man.
We just want to say thank you to Simply Reliable Studios for voting us as Tag Team of the Year.
Of course.
Because you know what they say, right? If you can't swim, you're bound to drown.
Tonight, she is sponsored by Simply Reliable Studios of Orlando, Florida. She is everybody's favorite BFF, Izzy Marino.
Heyo, this is Jack Cartwheel. You are watching Simply Reliable Studios.
Get it? Got it.
Welcome in once again, everybody, to Simply Reliable Studios as I bring you virtually into the hollow grounds of the Arena of Extreme from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as it plays host once again, where tonight we will see Death Before Dishonor. And this is Ring of Honor, where honor is real. Welcome, everybody, once again to Simply Reliable Studios live. Watch the event nonstop, watch it on schedule. Let's do this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back in here once again to the Arena of Honor as I bring you once again Death Before Dishonor. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Again, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. If you want to watch along with me, $9.99 on Honor Club for all Honor Club members tonight. We have a hell of a card. We have also an update regarding one of the matches that will imply one of the quarterfinals to the Continental Cup that will continue forward through Collision into next week to determine the blind top four for Glasgow, Scotland. Without further ado, let's go ahead and run down tonight's card as we are literally now 5 minutes away from going live at the top of the hour exclusively on Honor Club worldwide. We know that the most wanted Bandido will be defending the Ring of Honor World Championship against the prodigy Nick Wayne in fatal four-way action. The Ring of Honor tag teams are on the line as Mystico and Mascara Dorada, El Sky Team, defend against LFI, The Kingdom, Matt Taven, and of course Mike Bennett, and Top Flight, Dante and Darius Martin. Ring of Honor Pure Champions on the line as Lee Moriarty Taga style, the longest reigning Ring of Honor Pure Champion of all time, defends against the wrestler Katsura Shibata, a man he has yet to beat in singles action. Stir it up with a problem, a hardcore bitch out of the room, and the real deal Zeta Steel as Red Velvet defends the Ring of Honor Women's World Television Championship in fatal four-way action. It is forever, truly forever. You can ask that question every day as Athena defends her record-setting Ring of Honor Women's World Championship against the Wild Heart of Stardom, Hazuki, in a first-time ever singles encounter. Tonight, the Virtuoso will once again show us why you need to be fluent in Purrazzo, as Deonna Purrazzo will defend the Ring of Honor Women's Pure Championship against Steph DeLander. Dalton and the Outrunners will defend the Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Championships against the Lethal Twist, Jay Lethal, Blake Christian, and Big Shy Lee Johnson. And it's fine, as Leo Rush, the Black Heart, will defend the Ring of Honor World Television Championship against Andretti in a fight without honor. That and so much more ahead tonight exclusively at Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor. We also learned via Tony Khan that there will be a buy-in match now for Alec Price and Daniel Garcia as Eddie Kingdon, unfortunately, has not been medically cleared to compete against Claudio Castagnoli tomorrow night. He has been removed from the Continental Cup. The winner of that match tonight will go on to take on Claudio Castagnoli tomorrow night on Collision to, of course, determine the remainder of the blind top 4 in this year's first ever Continental Cup that could very well lead to a brand new Continental champion. And that in mind, that's everything that's ahead. So I hope everyone enjoys the conversation. If you can, please remain #spoiler-free for anything else outside of Ring of Honor. As, of course, there might be others that may watch SmackDown and other forums and other means. So I hope that you all enjoy the watch-along conversations. We are just 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from this card going live. And we just saw Busta and the Brain, of course, take on the Don Callis' family's Brian Cage and El Hechicero at the top of the 0 hour. So again, folks, once again, many titles are on the line, some grudges that are ahead, a lot of familiar faces for those that don't know, and we are right back where we were last year at this very stage, where we saw a couple of surprising upsets, and Mina Shirakawa become this close to beating Athena for that Ring of Honor Women's World Championship, and freaking Hechicero tying Bandido 25 different ways from Sunday when it came to the Ring of Honor World Championship. And Matt Helms, good to see you as always. Obviously, as of course, ran down the card, encouraging people that they still have time to subscribe to Honor Club to watch this incredible wrestling, pro wrestling pay-per-view tonight. And again, only $9.99, that magical number you remember from a bygone life when the Fed was tolerable to watch. And again, if you want to continue falling in love with us in our non-stop watch-along schedule for everything that we have to come, follow us today on the X. If you're watching there right now, tag it, share it, tell the world what we do here at SR Studios 2024 as Ian Riccaboni and Caprice Coleman, the voices of honor, are running down the card one last time, much like I just did with all of you. So I think without further ado, we will get ready to dive right into the action here shortly. But before we do that, I think what I'll do is once again encourage all of you, if you haven't already, please subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. And again, stay tuned this Sunday where we cover not only Lockdown, but we have a Sunday brunch shenanigans celebrating the regular wrestling JJ Williams' 50th birthday. Again, there will be no shenanigans tomorrow. Saturday night is, for once, thank the Lord, a free night. And of course, after this weekend, we go all in. So stay tuned for all that and so much more with predictions, simply predicting, watch along, shenanigans, and of course, a predictions breakdown with me and Papa Gino. Oh man, this is going to be a great show. I can't freaking wait. So let's go ahead and take a look now into our cold openers. It looks like we are about to literally segue right into the action. Oh, this is going to be fun. By wins and losses and by moments. There are those that feel destined. Nick Wayne saying that Ring of Honor no longer needs a wanted man. It needs the prodigy. Nick Wayne looking to become the youngest ever Ring of Honor World Champion, as he was the youngest ever Ring of Honor Champion, former Ring of Honor World Television Champion. Of course, acting without honor, especially against Jordan Oliver this past Thursday. And the longest reigning champion of the modern era across the entire professional wrestling landscape, Athena, looking to once again defend her throne here in Philadelphia against the Wild Heart Hazuki, who of course has been involved in the dungeon with one Natty Neidhart and Julia. As of course, we are in the city of brotherly love, and two brothers will show no love tonight in a fallout with the most violent of circumstances in Ring of Honor history, a fight without honor. So much to come forward to the extreme as Depth Before Dishonor is about to begin and be on my screen. Love their segues, by the way, as always. Oh, it's going to be fun. I always enjoy doing this. Sometimes you just need to do more than just the big two and the other that is soon enough becoming, I think, a WWE acquisition. I really hope I'm wrong in that. Again, want to remind you, here at the Simba Studios, we are the alternative conduit to watch-alongs that are premium live events at pay-per-views on services that are paid for. We do not pirate or stream the content. Otherwise, we could risk getting caught by internet circumstances that could strike us out. As we go to the voice of honor, Bobby Cruz inside a capacity-filled Philadelphia arena. Let's freaking go! And of course, Eric Abani and Caprice Coleman, the voices of honor. Hey, shout out to Mr. TNA guy, also at the ringside here in the Miracle shirt. Mike Bennett, of course, previously involved in TNA wrestling. As I welcome in once again, everybody, to Death Before Dishonor, a stacked card tonight of 9 matches, one with Continental Cup implications. And it looks like we're going to kick things off to see if history perhaps will be made with the face of the franchise for Ring of Honor, Jay Lethal, leading Blake Christian and Lee Johnson. The battles for kicking things off with the Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Championships. And about to say, the Lethal Twist has shown how much of a twist they could be, especially with the AEW Trios Championship dynamics. Of course, they were part of the reason that the conglomeration lost those titles to the Demand. And I will say this, since Jay Lethal has really been in the mentorship role for young Blake Christian, former GCW champion, and Big Shy Lee Johnson, it definitely has gotten them more of a vocal booking standpoint across the wrestling scene, including Maple Leaf Pro and AEW. And of course, they've targeted the Outrunners and Dalton Castle for quite a while, mocking them on several occasions and attacking them every chance that they can. Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Champions, for those that, of course, don't know, have been a stable of Ring of Honor, going all the way back to, of course, Villain Enterprises, Bully Ray, and the Briscoes, and, of course, the Kingdom, the inaugural Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Champions back in 2016. Of course, we also saw Blake Christian take it to Bandido back at Supercard of Honor for our World Championship. Let's freaking go! I love these guys. They make Synthwave and freaking blue and pink neon and vaporware freaking matter in 2026. Turbo Floyd, True Magnum, the Outrunners. Such influence is also in this wrestling business, including on one La Princesa, Tiffany Nueves. Run it hard and wild. And here comes my baddie friend's favorite. Shout out to our Canadian friend, if you haven't already, subscribe to Baddie for Wrestling. And stay tuned, of course, for our next Simple session, which will have our outtakes on G1 Climax 36, as well as some Monopoly shenanigans. If there was ever a man that defined Ring of Honor and what it truly stands for, it is literally the peacock himself, Dalton Castle. Let's go break some hearts. And he's got his boys with him. Dalton Castle and the Outrunners have been the Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Champions for 99 days. Dalton Castle taking us around the world on the camera. Loves the world of many colors. You could interpret that for what you will. You don't question Dalton Castle. You just experience it. And Dalton Castle, of course, from Ring of Honor World Champion. And this will be the Outrunners Dalton Castle's second defense of those Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Championships after outlasting Beef and the Premier Athletes. About to say, look at this multicolored scene inside the ring with the Outrunners and Dalton Castle. As the peacock spreads his wings. Let's look at the pageantry here. And Eric Abani, I love their energy. They might be the most energetic duo in professional wrestling. And Eric Abani talking about Dalton Castle's package, which is still awkward for me to hear through my headsets. Good grief. Dalton Castle and the Outrunners, of course, who surprised us all, beating Shane Taylor Promotions for these Ring of Honor Six-Man Tag Team Championships. Standing room only in the Land of Extreme from Philly, 2400 Arena, sold out. Love to see it. I always wonder, though, with Dalton Castle, the fact the Outrunners kind of like explored towards him in the wild. Does that make Dalton Castle the brains of this group? And of course, launch of history with Jay Lethal and Dalton Castle and Ring of Honor. And of course, Dalton Castle, previously, like I said, Ring of Honor World Champion, his first defense was against Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal, of course, and Dalton Castle. Jay Lethal, former World Television Champion. The very first time that he and Dalton Castle met was 2015. And Jay Lethal has also defended the Ring of Honor World Championship successfully against Dalton Castle. Of course, the last time that the Lethal Twist and the Outrunners Dalton Castle shared the ring together was back earlier on Honor Club in July in 8-man tag team action. And it looks like we're going to kick things off here with Big Shy Lee Johnson and Turbo Floyd. Bell rings! And we are officially underway. And good to see Nick Ferrantes in the chat. Bandido and I will be going one-on-one against the prodigy Nick Wayne. And they have only faced each other one at a time in their respective careers back in GCW. Con elbow tie up here right now with Lee Johnson and Turbo Floyd. Off the ropes. Nice shoulder block. Lee Johnson right now taking control here from the strength department. The drop down. Of course, Lee Johnson, previous challenger involved in, oh man, the Ring of Honor World Television Championship, has yet to hold gold though in his young career. Oh man, double takedown. Truth just literally turning up on Lee. As all breaking down now, 6-man squaring off here inside the ring. And someone tell me the referee is not going to have much control in this one. I feel like these 6-man tag team matches always need more than one referee, especially in Ring of Honor. And Dalton Castle and the Outrunners right now drawing a line in the sand against Lethal Twist. Oh, wait a minute. Looking for maybe the bigger rain. This might end early here. Oh, and Blake Christian. Oh, jeez. Double super kick against Dalton Castle. Down goes Blake Christian. Down goes Jay Lethal, courtesy of the Outrunners. Now, wait a minute. What the heck are the Outrunners thinking here? Looking like they're trying to rip up their engines. Turbo Floyd, Truth Man. Now look at the tape. Hold that plot. All right, go from the opposite side. Double axe handle from the apron, dropping down on the opponents. Again, not the legal men, though. Dalton Castle and Lee Johnson are the two legal ones inside the ring. And we'll see tonight again. We talked about how Bandido has been, of course, one of the most incredible, longest-running Ring of Honor World Champions in this company's and this title's illustrious history. I believe he's the third longest reign and as overall most combined days as Ring of Honor World Champion in Ring of Honor history. Big splash by Dalton Castle. And tag made now. Dalton Castle, of course, so aware of every side of the ring. Of course, Dalton Castle and the boys are also previous Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions. Oh! Big backdrop suplex. Cover. 2 count only on Lee Johnson. Lee Johnson, the only person so far that's been legal for the Lethal Twist. Of course, we've seen how well Lethal Twist can take advantage in their corner, especially with Jay Lethal's influence. A guy that was once, of course, endorsed by the dirtiest player in the game, Ric Flair. Big deep arm drag there. And right now, whoa! Big hip toss there. And Truth Magnum hoisted up. Wow, nice head scissors takeover. Sometimes you just don't expect what these Outrunners are capable of. They can be shades of a little bit of the Rock and Roll Express when it comes to their style. Again, for those that don't know, Truth Magnum is the one that looks less like Hulk Hogan. Irish whip to Jay Lethal. Lee Johnson saving Jay Lethal from the turnbuckle. Oh, but gets a kick up in the midsection. Swing and a miss. Bang! Right hand. Turn around. Caught by Turbo. Hoisted up. Another backdrop suplex. The Truth Magnum right now being one step ahead of the franchise. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't seen this for a moment. Turbo, Truth, looking to pump it up. And uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh! Ah, oh, come on. Damn it, Lee. Yeah, Lee Johnson wiping out Turbo Floyd with a suplex there. We almost got our double bicep elbow drop. Again, big boot there. And right now, Truth Magnum isolated in the wrong corner. Irish whip thrown back in. And whoa! Blake Christian and Lee Johnson taking advantage of the situation, known as the swirl. And right now, Blake Christian mocking subtly. Okay, that's unnecessary. Brash, arrogant little prick. The fact of the matter that Blake Christian, by the way, much to Nick's point, was the last challenger to Bandido, took the man to his limits, and also was going off pretty much an undefeated streak in singles action here in Ring of Honor. for the better part of 18 months. Once again, though, Lee Johnson and Blake Christian taking advantage. Referee distracted right now, and Truth Madam in a world of trouble. The fact of the matter, though, that we actually have quite a balance here in this Ring of Honor 6-man tag team championship match kind of goes to show how deep this rivalry goes with Jay Lethal and Dalton Castle at the forefront of it, because basically they're kind of leading the teams when you think about it. Right now, sent face first in the top turnbuckle, Lee Johnson legal, and again, Truth Madam on the opposite side of town. And of course, this had to be the game plan that Jay Lethal has. Exploit one of the Outrunners, leave Dalton Castle isolated. I mean, again, Dalton Castle was barely involved in the match of Supercard of Honor, and he was the guy that spearheaded the way to victory for Outrunners Dalton Castle this season, those Ring of Honor 6-man tag team championships. Of course, previously was involved in Los Fashions Lima Naves at one point before they were vacated. I think literally right here last year. Bryce Ransberg right now. Didn't see the tag. Asking the crowd here for a little bit of VAR. Get a referee can't call what he can't see, though. And right now, Bryce Ransberg, though, giving a Truth Madam a critical chance to make the tag to his partner after the confusion caused by the lethal twist. Oh, he drives to the corner. Tab made, and ref did see it at that time. Tab made to Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal, of course, who already has suffered a loss against Blake Christian and Lee Johnson. That kind of led to him mentoring these young men and turning his back on Tommy Billington and Adam Priest. The Irish whip in the corner. Jay Lethal sent in, catches the boot of Truth. Sidestep, and Truth Madam, critical moment here to make the tag. Woo! Lee Johnson sent to the outside. Again, right now, Truth. Big chance here. Can he make a tag? And turbo drop down by Lee Johnson. Nobody there. And again, smart awareness by the challengers. Blake Christian putting the boots right now on the back of Truth. You can see right now how well the Lethal Twist just know each other's situation and location. And Dalton Castle and Turbo Floyd both taken down now as Blake Christian isolates Truth Magnum here. Magnum back to his feet. Boots put to him in the corner. Lethal Twist in full control right now. The Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions. Oh, big right hand drop down. Tag made to Jay Lethal. I do think that taunting in a way is not only a confidence booster to yourself, but it also is a mental mind game against your opponent. But as long as you are in control, cover 2, count only. I think there is a point to taunting, especially in the ring. And you see the way Turbo Floyd right now is trying to wheel Truth Madam back into this match to make the tag. Jay Lethal not even letting him get back up to his feet. A little joint manipulation in play right now. Of course, he's also pulling him back up to their corner as Truth Madam gets back to his feet. Tag made, shot to the kidneys there. Lee Johnson now legal for the Lethal Twist. His sidestep. Again, right now we're just waiting to see when the Lethal Twist will make a mistake. They made a mistake earlier, but ever since they capitalized against Truth Magnum, they have been flawless in their game plan, just wearing down the champions. And right now, just paint brushing the face, or the mustache, excuse me, of Truth Magnum. Truth Magnum's mustache reminds me a bit of freaking Burt Reynolds or Ron Burgundy. Oh, I'm the Anchorman. Snapmare there. Blake Christian now legal. Blake Christian on the run. Running! Single leg drop kick. Almost a low bridge. Very lackadaisical cover by the former GCW champion. Gets a 2 count, though. It's not going to win, but it's going to force, of course, your opponent to figure out how close you are to literally losing these titles. Now just driving down the fists and mocking the Outrunners once again here. Of course, we've already seen the Outrunners previously involved, challenging for the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships. And again, right now, Blake Christian just pumping up the elbow, dropping down. It hits nothing but the canvas. Too much showboating there for Vanilla Baby. Didn't make eye target, though. Into the way for the tag. And Jay Lethal rushes in with the axe handle, preventing the tag. I like the different approach, by the way, to the arena tonight. Not taking the corner entrance, but taking a main entrance straight up. Again, taking these shots right to the throat is Truth Magnum. And, of course, we know that Jay Lethal loves to employ that lethal injection, that handspring cutter. Lethal right now setting up possibly. Oh, come on. Really? A Fargo strut? I don't know how wise this is. And Darren think we're going to get new Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions. It's very possible. Again, we got multiple champions on the line here, and any of these titles could change hands. It's happened before at Dishonor. And right now, what needs to happen is Truth Madam needs to make a tag. Seriously. Good to see you, by the way, Darren. Thanks for joining us here on the watch along. Donnie Castle is still down, though, at ringside, but Turbo Floyd is there with the hand reach out. Truth Madam looking for a hero in this night. And again, Turbo Floyd taking down to Lethal, taking away from his corner, and Blake Christian taking the advantage with the drop kick. Incredible planning by the Lethal Twist. Jay Lethal scouting Turbo Floyd and how close he was to making the tag to his partner. Now looking to step over, figure 4 leg lock, pushed off though. Face first in the second turnbuckle. Donnie Castle is now legal. And listen to the 2300 Arena erupts for the Ring of Honor World Champion of the former ladder. Back elbow strike. Of course, Donnie Castle beat Cody Rhodes for the Ring of Honor World Championship. Oh, man. Big German suplex. And right now, just throwing the Lethal Twist around. Taking immediate action here. Scooping them up and sending them flying. Good grief. It's a suplex clinic right now by Donnie Castle. Every which way he's throwing Blake Christian Lee Johnson around the ring. Lethal in jet. Oh, got caught. German suplex with a bridge down. No. Wow, that was close. Stabbing and Jackson, we got a suplex clinic. Donnie Castle fired up here and has turned this match completely around. Tag made now to Turbo Floyd. And a quick tag being made now by Turbo and Truth. Scoop slam right now. Madnum again. Once again, the legal man as Dalton and Castle, the Outrunners, have isolated. Jay Lethal in the middle of the ring. Oh, listen to the crowd. Fire up here. You feel the power. Oh, what the hell? Blake Christian just took the title from around Turbo Floyd's waist. Low bridge. There goes Donnie Castle. I'm about to say, just won it like 90 days ago. He's never took off that title from its waist. Oh, caught with a super kick. And Big Shy Lee now trying to take advantage. Landing Turbo Floyd up in the Tree of Woe. Jay Lethal calling for the play. Truth Madam coming in. Up and over. Lands on the apron. Blake Christian, though, hooking the head. Drop kick. Down goes Truth, and right now, Blake, Tiger Feint kick in the corner, running drop kick, double offense against Turbo, springing it out with the moonsault off the second turnbuckle. Working play here, elbow drop, Monster Man style by Jay Lethal, big splash by Big Charlie Johnson. Blake Christian slips off the ropes though and botches the 450. Jay Lethal trying to capitalize off 2.5 offense and broken up by Dalton Castle and might have shattered his ankle in the process. And that's why it's called high risk here, as Blake Christian was looking for the finishing part of that triple team move and might have tweaked his ankle, failing the springboard. Who's hit that move a number of times flawlessly, might I add. I've seen this combination lead the Lethal Twist to victory. And right now, repositioning, Lee Johnson got him up in the fireman's carry. Blake Christian, once again, going back up to the top rope, pushed off, though. Oh, look at that. And again, immediately unable to put any weight on that left ankle. And that left knee, and tag made right now. Truth Madnum legal. Madnum with the backdrop suplex to Blake Christian. Swing and a miss. Waist slap. Back elbow strike to Lee Johnson. Once again, Truth on the move. Lee looking to follow up and catch him with a cutter. Oh, man. Big boot by Donnie Castle. And Castle looking to hook up Jay Lethal. Possibly for the banger. Whoop. Wait a minute. Reversal. Rope. Able to step through. And looking for the Lethal. And Jackson! Again, non-legal man, though. Truth's legal. Get to the midsection, though. Jay Lethal, I think, is legal for his team. Hoists it up. And gets the net breaker, brainbuster. Spring it in, though, with the corkscrew overcome with Blake Christian. Still pushing forward on one ankle. Gotta give credit to O'Connor row cover. 2, reversal, cover. 2, got the ropes. What the hell? I stole it! What? Jay Lethal grabbed Blake Christian's man outside the ropes, vision for leverage. Lethal Twist just stole it. We got new Ring of Honor World 6-man tag team champions. Jay Lethal is the definition of Grand Slam, making history tonight. He's now won every men's title in Ring of Honor. Freaking divergent tactics right there by the franchise. Truly comes up the franchise as Jay Lethal just won the last time that's looting his career in Ring of Honor. Jay Lethal, Lee Johnson, Blake Christian, the new Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Champions. That damn sure wasn't an honorable victory, but it was effective nonetheless. A heartbreaking turn of events, though, for Dalton Castle and the Outrunners, who literally got caught with their pants rolled up via the O'Connor roll and the hand grab outside the referee's vision. Yeah, you can see the disappointment etched all over Truth Man's face. And Blake Christian was the guy that got the win on one bad ankle, as we still see him hobbling his way to the outside of the ring. Well, one title change hands already, one match in. And of course, we're going to go from the Ring of Honor World Six-Man Tag Team Championships here to the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Championships. We got, of course, a shot here of Rhea Riccaboni and Caprice Coleman from ringside. And of course, we have Top Flight, Dante and Darius Martin. I believe this is like their sixth chance here. Mystical and Mascara Dorada, El Sky Team, who took it from Los Fashions to Monopoly. Of course, Sammy Guevara and the Beast Mortos down Arena Mexico. And the Kingdom, Matt Taven and Mike Bennett, as we go backstage with the lovely Lexi Nair. And two of our tag teams here in this Fatal 4-Way as we get ready for this Fatal 4-Way matchup. I'll be damned, new champions. Yeah, good to see Beast Mortals back in here after visa issues was a problem. And it looks like Matt Taven here is trying to work a deal here and broker with Sammy Guevara and the Beast Mortos, saying that they work together, there's a better chance that one of these two teams could leave with the titles. Of course, Mike Bennett and Matt Taven came back here recently, confronting the likes of Busta and the Brain in their pursuits of once again becoming Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions. A title very familiar, of course, to one Matt Taven and the Kingdom. Frank to Franklin? What the hell are these two trying to broker here? I don't get this at all. Imagine we could be able to team up tonight. I don't think that's going to happen, especially with the ego of one Sammy Guevara. Just saying. Wait, there's a translator for Beast Mortals Roaring? Wait, I didn't know that was possible. Okay, so it's incorrect. That's a deal? All right. So it looks like the Kingdom and LFI might make sure that El Sky Team and Top Flight aren't involved in the equation that determines the outcome. Sammy and Mortal, so well, again, we've already seen one title change hands for the Ring of Honor Six-Man Tag Team Championships. Can we see the same thing happen for the men's Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships? But, of course, we are in for one different form of an extreme with class, unless your name is Steph DeLander, who's shown no class in a dishonorable act, as, of course, the Butcher Rose Deonna Purrazzo once again presents her mastercraft as we get ready now for the Ring of Honor Women's Pure Championship. As, of course, for those that don't know, Deonna Purrazzo is the first, only ever reigning and defending, unblemished, undefeated Ring of Honor Women's Pure Champion, who has, of course, brought this master class, this craft forward, encouraging this technique to be explored and challenged and tested by the likes of Diamante, Billy Starks, Trisha Dora, and, of course, Giselle Shaw, still MLP Women's Champion. As, of course, we saw Steph DeLander recently face Deonna Purrazzo in anything but a pure type of environment. But now Deonna Purrazzo looks to teach Steph DeLander once and for all what it means to be fluent in Purrazzo. Let's go down to Bobby Cruz for the notes. Of course, there are rules to these types of matches, and I will be happy to share those rules with you as well. Bobby Cruz, take it away. I love pure championship matches. They are a foundation of what I love about professional wrestling. And for those that don't know, here are the rules. Each wrestler has 3 rope breaks to stop submission holds and pinfalls. After a wrestler exhausts the rope breaks, submission and pin attempts on or under the ropes by the opponent are considered legal. And there are no closed fist punches to the face that are permitted. Open-handed slaps, chops to the face, however, are permitted. Punches to the rest of the body are allowed, excluding low blows. Duh. The first use of a closed fist, though, will receive a warning, and the second use of a closed fist to the face will result in a disqualification. And for those that don't know, the Ring of Honor Pure Championships can change hands on a countout or a disqualification. And of course, the first impact that Steph DeLander has already made in ROH has already boiled the, of course, rather unblemished ego, the virtuoso Deonna Purrazzo. Steph DeLander right now looking to show if she can go as pure as she can be hardcore. And for those that don't know, Steph DeLander will also be involved in House of Glory here pretty soon, challenging Shotzi Blackheart, of course, for that title. I don't think anything about Steph DeLander could be put with pure in the same sentence, if I'm being perfectly honest, if you look at this woman's career. Let alone, of course, her tag team partner. We saw what that closed fist did against Deonna Purrazzo under non-pure rules. All it did was instigate the champion. And referee for this contest, of course, will be senior pure official Mike Posey. As we await for the definition of technical excellence, the standard of pure wrestling in Women of Honor, Class 1, the virtuosa, Deonna Purrazzo. Long may she fucking reign. Deonna Purrazzo, of course, like I said, is the only ever Ring of Honor Women's Pure Champion now. And she has been champion now for 260 days across 6 defenses in Mexico, in Canada, and of course here in America in Honor. Of course, the virtuosa, adorned in green and gold. Looks like a bit of a callback here when she first was part of the first class of Women of Honor, going all the way back to, I believe, 2016. Wins over Olympia, Billy Starks, Viva Van, Diamante, Michelle Shaw, and Trish Adora ever since beating Billy Starks back at Final Battle last year to crown the first ever Pure Champion. I'm still waiting for Serena D, by the way, Tony Khan. Just saying, missed opportunity. And the only athlete in the Pure Tournament to literally win every match via submission in Pure Rules. Deonna waving off the Code of Honor. I guess that shows how personal this is. This will, of course, be Deonna Purrazzo's 22nd Pure Rules match in Ring of Honor. There you, of course, see the scoreboard and the time clock at the bottom. If this match does go to the 60-minute time limit, it will be, of course, decided by a panel of judges. That could be anything from Pat Buck, Christopher Daniels, Madison Rain, and even Paul White. The fact of the matter, though, that Diamante tried to instigate the emotions of the virtuosa paid dearly when she finally was able to trap that arm, as Steph DeLander might try and employ a similar tactic. But as long as Deonna Purrazzo sticks to what she is so fluid in, this is just going to be another victory for the virtuosa. Glad to see Deonna Purrazzo cleared once again for ring action, coming back from an injury. And shout out to her taking the LS Ice Bucket Challenge for Rebel, of course, Rebel Tania, who is currently fighting the battle for ALS research. You can learn more about that at imals.org. And stay tuned for our coverage of that special Dynamite. If you haven't already, buy the shirt and buy the bracelet and support that Rebel Heart today in this fight. Nice headlock takeover takedown by Deonna Purrazzo, grounding Steph DeLander here. Calculated, methodical approach. That is the definition of technique. That is pure wrestling. Now planting the palm down on the ring and trapping the palm underneath for a boot and stomping down on the elbow, crushing that ball and socket joint. And again, Deonna immediately focusing her attack on the left arm as Steph DeLander is forced to use her first rope break. It's also one of those things where it's pretty much a way that the opponent just lures the other one into the rings. It's almost like a forced tactic. We saw that, of course, a lot with Wheeler Yuta and Katsura Shibata, as Shibata earned the chance to challenge Lee Moriarty, Tiger style, for the Ring of Honor Pure Championships through the Color 9. It looks like Steph DeLander might not want to keep this pure, might want to instigate an extreme side of Deonna Purrazzo. And don't underestimate Deonna taking it to the extreme as well. But this is not TNA. This is not ECW. This is ROH. And we are not going to play by those rules. Steph DeLander, though, catching Deonna like a chair, dropping her face first on the apron. Oh, come on now. And Steph DeLander taking a seat on the outside. And Nick wants to remind you, if we do raise $100 that night in Georgia for AEW Dynamite Rebel Heart, he will do the Ice Bucket Challenge live on air. And it's funny right now how Steph DeLander is not attacking Deonna Purrazzo physically, but again, trying to attack her mentally. Now the cover, hook on the far leg, it's a 1 count. It's one of those things where I look at Deonna Purrazzo and her level of discipline and technique in mastering the art of the, oh man, Fujiwara armbar. Side slam 2, count only for Steph DeLander. And of course, SCL, combination of a brawler, deathmatch wrestler, statuesque powerhouse from the Australian area. Of course, you've seen her probably more often than not, folks, in TNA or GCW alongside Vance Warner. German suplex, snap German to Deonna Purrazzo. Steph DeLander's power right now might be an equalizer here, taking advantage of Deonna ever since dropping her face first on the apron. And of course, Deonna Purrazzo coming back from a leg injury. Irish whip from the corner. Gets the boot up, though. Oh, man, again, focusing down on that arm. Inside Russian leg sweep, and Steph DeLander grabs the ropes as Deonna did rip her head whiplash down the ring, but that is Steph's second rope break. Whoa, man, big boot. Smart move by Steph DeLander, taking advantage. Cover, hook on the far leg, and gets a 2 count, says referee Mike Posey. Of course, that side Russian leg sweep usually leads to the takedown, takeover into the Fujiwara armbar, so that actually was smart by Steph DeLander here. And right now, Steph DeLander grounding the Virtuosa with the S grip, modified cravat, sleeper hold applied, center of the ring. And the key point right now, Steph DeLander, I also want to point out here, pure rule is about having a strategy. It is about literally having a game plan. Steph DeLander here is just throwing caution to the wind, almost adding an extra pitch. Oh, man, what a pump kick. Deonna right now trying to take Steph down. Oh, what the hell? Big right hand. Clocking Deonna, and that is a warning as Steph DeLander and Deonna are down. If Steph uses another close fist, though, she will be disqualified. It's almost one of those things right now where Steph DeLander, again, way out of her element. I believe right now, though, that Deonna, though, again, SCL knows the danger that awaits her if that left arm gets trapped. Now, Deonna up and underneath, get to the midsection. Virtuosa on the move. Rising knee strike. Steph DeLander inside. Russian leg sweep takedown. Float over into the Fujiwara armbar. Center of the ring. Deonna's body in between Steph DeLander and the ropes. But Steph DeLander's height might play to her advantage here as she had one last saving grace as Steph DeLander has just used her last rope break. And that was the only reason Steph DeLander is still alive in this first ever pure encounter, despite her toxic nature. And now Deonna knows that Steph DeLander has nowhere to go right now. And right now, looking for also maybe the Queen's Gambit, gut-style power driver, able to sit in the cover, though. Kicking the leg. Whoa, Steph almost captured it there. Oh, in the midsection. And right now, Steph's in the corner. Deonna Purrazzo gets the boot up, though. Creates separation. Now, Deonna go up to the second rope. Caught with an elbow that time by Steph DeLander. As Steph knows, she uses the closed fist. Big boot side of the head. She will be disqualified. Hooking the head of Deonna Purrazzo. And rips Deonna off the top rope. Almost a package suplex cover. 2.5. Nearly had a new pure champion. One of those things also where you use not only your power, but your height, much like Big O Alex Crowley, that helps Steph DeLander be so effective in that ring. It feels like, though, again, that Steph DeLander, again, is trying to rely on everything that is not pure against Deonna Purrazzo. Now instigating Deonna to meet her in center. Big forearm, and I'm not sure if Deonna could win the striking exchange against SDL. Another big forearm connects right now. Both these women sharing bombs middle of the ring. Deonna trying to get the better of it, though, with the flurry of strikes here. Big one on the side of the head. Oh, kick to the midsection by the challenger. SDL. Oh, caught with an uppercut by Deonna on the run it. Now Deonna on the move, and Steph DeLander hoisted up the fireman's carry, catching the champion. Oh, whoa, almost caught the referee there. And Deonna, whoa, almost caught Mike Posey there. Oh, another close fist behind the red's back. Are you kidding me? Purrazzo might be out. That might be enough. Face first, hung in the near leg, back press, and Deonna with the awareness gets the foot on the bottom rope and exhausts her first rope break. The first rope break used by the champion, and Steph DeLander can't believe it. Poor ring awareness there by the challenger, not hooking both legs of the champion. Now Steph bringing the chair back in, trying to bring her element into this Pure Rules match. Mike Posey, though, can see it blatantly clearly. I mean, what does this do if Steph DeLander gets disqualified? I don't think she cares. Oh, well, that was dumb. Rebound off the top rope. Schoolgirl roll up, deep roll up. 2 count for Deonna Purrazzo. Oh, big right hand. What happened? My monitor went out. Payback's a bitch. Power bomb, high stack 2. Whoa. Elbow with the push bar. Rip it out and suck it. Game plan back in play for Deonna Purrazzo. Steph DeLander, nowhere to go. That arm almost vertical up straight. Fujiwara fully locked in, and again, there are no rope breaks. A rope for defense here, trying to come and play with Steph DeLander. Deonna changing position, now trapping both arms here. A massive piece of the Venus de Milo. You gotta tap out verbally, because you can't tap out physically, as your shoulders are ripped out of your sockets. And Deonna Purrazzo makes number 23 a pure clinic. Deonna Purrazzo, once again, a master class of her craft with the Fujiwara armbar, double Fujiwara armbar, Venus de Milo, excuse me, for a freaking art piece with no arms. Such a demonstration tonight against Steph DeLander in front of the Troy Arena, as Deonna Purrazzo is still Ring of Honor pure champion. FCL was trying to find sneak attacks, ploys in every possible way that she could work, not purely against Deonna Purrazzo, in her favor, and nearly got the better of her. A tremendous match, though, for the Ring of Honor Pure Championship here. Ring of Honor Women's Pure Champion. Wait, who's here? What? Purrazzo retains the Ring of Honor Women's Pure Championship, but oh, look at that. Members of Deonna Purrazzo's family here at ringside celebrating with the Virtuosa. That must be her niece. As the undefeated streak of the Virtuosa continues, as again, the first and only Ring of Honor Women's Pure Champion. Long may she continue to fucking reign. Now, Deonna Purrazzo, of course, right now, just, of course, encouraging everybody here. That was an awesome match. Again, Steph DeLander, don't try and act like a shithead in the world of Purrazzo. You suffer for it. As, of course, we look towards, of course, further action in the women's division of Women of Honor. Man, they got a lot going on here as we get ready for this fatal four-way matchup that really has stemmed off their last 2 tag encounters. Of course, it was Red Velvet and Zeta Steel that got the better of Sky Blue and Marina Shafir earlier this week with the Real Deal on Tuesday night. But it was, of course, the battle before Death Before Dishonor under Tornado Tag Team rules that Zeta Steel and Red Velvet were left laying at the expense of Marina Shafir and Zeta Steel. As, of course, Sky Blue was beating down Zeta Steel and, of course, got her with the Cold Blue as both women tug-of-war the title in the end. And now we have a fatal four-way matchup for the Ring of Honor Women's Television Championship. Nothing really new, of course, for this title. We've seen this, of course, before, but Red Velvet has been stirring it up unstoppable, it seems, since being Mercedes Moné. This week has been an absolute wild mix, to say the least, with these four women, and they're about to do it again. And Sky Blue, born hardcore out of the womb, how fitting would it be to see Sky Blue seize the Ring of Honor Women's World Television Championship here tonight under Fatal 4-Way, of course, 1/3 of the Triangle of Madness, and also 1/3 of the current Artists of Stardom Trios champion sporting the light blue belt. This very well could be Sky Blue's night because, of course, the Fatal 4-Way, there's no disqualification, and Sky Blue is in the home of Extreme. If there was ever an environment or a circumstance for Sky Blue to win a title, it very well could be right here in Philly. And, of course, Sky Blue, Julia Hart, and Thekla, all, of course, the current Artists of Stardom champions after taking it off God's Eye. Julia Hart, of course, an incredible run in the 5-star Grand Prix, but is eliminated. And soon enough, the Sisters of Sin will play together again. Sky Blue, of course, who scored the win against this very woman, the real deal, Zeta Steel, giving Zeta Steel a receipt when Zeta Steel pinned Sky Blue in their previous tag encounter from this past Tuesday on the special episode of Ring of Honor. Of course, escorted by Christopher Daniels, who knows a thing or two about being a Ring of Honor television champion and Ring of Honor world champion. I must say that Zeta Steel has really come into her own under the influences of the Fallen Angel across all stages of AEW, including taking on somebody she no longer respects anymore this past Saturday on Collision in one Mercedes Moné. Back and forth, very evenly matched up here, especially against Sky Blue. And I feel like Sky Blue and Zeta Steel are going to target each other more than the champion and the problem, Rina Shafir. Of course, we know in Fatal 4-Way matches, folks, the title could change hands under any circumstance. No disqualification. Champion does not have to involve in the decision. Oh, boy. And while I call Sky Blue the most hardcore out of the womb, here comes the most lethal bitch in this business, not named Ronda Rousey, since she's no longer active as a wrestler. Oh, wow. Jon Moxley giving a little bit of an upsmanship for Maria Shafir, escorting her into the 2300 arena. Former AEW World Champion, of course, and current reigning and defending AEW Continental Champion. Of course, we've seen Jon Moxley as a late escort Maria Shafir to ringside, including at Warrior Wrestling, when Shafir took on Hazuki. Of course, the lieutenant of the Death Riders. Of course, we see what this woman's capable of under any extreme circumstance. We'll forget Sparta kick you with a bare foot full of glass and still not give a fuck about her own well-being. And Maria Shafir right now echoes in the crowd of the 2300 arena. Ton of respect, of course, shown by Jon Moxley to Shafir, and I think a lot of respect also is shown here. And Christopher Daniels needs to be careful knowing what Mama's Milk can do to him after what we saw this past Thursday on Ring of Honor. Yeah, imagine Maria Shafir being the face of Ring of Honor Television Championship. Wouldn't mind seeing that, honestly. I honestly wouldn't mind anybody here with the title. Jon Moxley apparently joining commentary here, encouraging Shafir from ringside. There's a real chance here, folks, that we could have a brand new Ring of Honor Women's World Television Champion. Red Velvet, by the way, has held this title now for 260 days in her second run as the holder of this gold. And tonight will actually mark officially her 8th defense after an incredible effort by the likes of Isla Dawn, Viva Van, Alex Crowley, Trish Adora, Hyon, and even a win over Zeta Steel that drew a lot of respect in the reason that Red Velvet and Zeta Steel tagged together. But she's been stirring up a recipe for success ever since Final Battle last year when she took the title from Mercedes Moné. Bringing that boxing background and all the sugar and spice and everything nice in between tonight. And Paul Turner, senior official for this contest. 4 corners, 4 disciplined athletes of all different types of backgrounds and levels of experience and unpredictability. Very curious what approach will be taken here. There you see Paul Turner holding up the Ring of Honor Women's World Television Championship. I'm loving this atmosphere by the night in 2300 Arena. Red Velvet, by the way, is the 4th ever Ring of Honor Women's World Television Champion. Only other ones were, of course, Billy Starks and Mercedes Moné. Bell reigns, and we are underway. Whoa, jeez! And immediately right out of the gate with the boot, the Sky Blue to Zeta Steel. Went for the barefoot PK, and oh. You know, part of me almost like I'm going to school roll too. I'm about to say, there's been a unique, I feel, respect, but also an aura between Marina Shafir and Sky Blue. In a bygone life, I almost could see Sky Blue as the Death Rider. For those that don't know, by the way, oh, nice net breaker there, stunner. One of our idols is also Jon Moxley. Now Zeta Steel and Red Velvet looking to team up here, taking down Sky Blue. Red Velvet on the move, hoists it up, hit toss, lands on the apron. Catches Shafir, stun gun, first across the top rope. Zeta Steel, code breaker, and again the problem, still on her feet. Double drop kick finally takes Shafir down though, and we're down to Zeta Steel and Red Velvet in the middle of the ring. And about to say again, friends, professionals. Oh, here we go. Tag team partners finally colliding one-on-one again. It looks like Code of Honors are here too. And again, Zeta Steel wants to be champion though. Hook to the head. Inside cradle. Inside cradle. It's a 2 count. The champion. Whoa. And roll up by Zeta Steel again. Gets a 1 count on Red Velvet. Stick and move right now. Stick and move, Zeta. Looking for maybe a backslide to the strength. Red Velvet though, with her own small package. Look at the leg. It's a 1 count there. Again, could be a flash pin coming out anytime. Deep arm drag takeover. And both women tied the arm up looking for the hip toss. Irish wins. Zeta Steel sent to the outside. And about to say, if Sky Blue yields a weapon, this match is going to take a whole different type of circumstance. Kick to the side of the head. And Zeta Steel. Oh! Nice toe breaker. Almost an X Factor modified into a 1 count, though, off the second rope. Zeta Steel, of course, not necessarily the biggest, most experienced competitor here inside the ring, but also has hung with the problem. Marina Shafir swinging a mids. Both women meet with the drop kick. Stalemate here in the early going. These two so dead even right now. Mutual respect right now. And oh, well, noggin knocker by Sky Blue. Marina Shafir showing no respect to Zeta or the champion. German suplex. Right now, Sky Blue hooking up Red Velvet. And wait a minute, the roll through, 2. Reversal, cover, 2. Sky almost got it. Red Velvet, cover can happen anytime here. White Shafir and Zeta are doing it out in the middle of the ring. Both women right now jogging for position in the quick cover. 2. Reversal, Red Velvet, and Shafir with the waist lock applied to the champion now. Back elbow strike. Hoist it up. Cazadora trying to roll through. And oh, wow. Beautiful arm pick there. Cartwheel escape. Kick to the side of the head. And Shafir right now getting inside the head of the champion. Oh, man. I don't know why I like seeing Marina Shafir right now just instigate her challenger. She's the type of wrestler that I don't mind seeing piss off everybody. Of course, coming to us from an MMA background, the Menace from Moldova, swinging a miss. Going back to those roots right now with the closed fist. How fitting against Red Velvet with a boxing background in her own right. Rising knee strike, that judo background coming into play. Of course, the judo training partner of one, Rowdy Ronda Rousey, just teeing off against Red Velvet here like a body bag in the corner. Just throwing fists of fury. And right now, starting to taunt the champion. Oh, big right hand. Red Velvet didn't like that. And Velvet right now turning up against Marina Shafir in the corner, teeing up against her like a body bag. Again, no disqualification. Got to keep her emotions in check, though. Again, all she has to do is make a mistake and Shafir can capitalize. Again, right now, Shafir. Oh! What a kick. Right in the bread basket. A little bit of flexing, though. Sky Blue right now looking to hook the problem. Jon Moxley saying sneaky bitch. Oh. Oh, boy. I feel like Shafir respected that, though, honestly. And it looks like Shafir and Sky Blue, again, on the same page here. Might want to duke it out against each other here. And Sky Blue right now teeing up against Shafir. I need this rivalry more. Do better. Open palm strike. Because, again, Shafir challenges everybody to do better. Big super kick. Doesn't ground the problem. Another super kick. Shafir still holding her base. Now grabs the ankle. Oh, jeez. And... oh, man! Butterfly suplex, almost a Death Rider, and broken up by freaking Steel, with an elbow drop. The back of the head. Sends Shafir to the outside of the ring. This thing broke down from the get-go. Sky Blue, of course, still feeling the effects of that double hook butterfly suplex. Now Zeta might be looking for her own kill switch. Belt, backslide by Sky Blue. Able to roll escape, though. Zeta blocks the knee, catches it. Oh, slap to the side of the face. Again, Sky Blue just trying to instigate Zeta Steel here. And Zeta right now teeing off against Sky. The city of very love. There's no love being shown here amongst these sisters of combat. Ankle pick ticking down and Shafir driving. Good God. Zeta Steel into John Moxley and commentary over the announce table. That's the danger you deal with the problem. Whoa, Red Velvet turns advantage. Come on, Sky Blue. And Shafir able to break it up. Well, Zeta Steel right now taking out the equation. Oh, jeez. Vicious hair went down in the middle of the ring. And right now, Shafir steps over in the single leg Boston Crab. High angle, center of the ring, all the pressure on the patella of Red Velvet. Now Zeta Steel looking for a rear naked choke possibly on Shafir. Uh-oh, double submission hold here, and it just seems like Shafir just added more to that hold. Sky Blue with that super kick to Marina, and Marina broke the let go of the ankle lock on Red Velvet, pushing Zeta Steel into the corner to force her off her. Big elbow strike by Sky to Shafir. Whoa, swinging that breaker. Covered by Sky, too, and Red Velvet saves her title. Yeah, about to say, that chair absolutely warped after Zeta Steel was front of John Moxley. I guess John Moxley got a souvenir tonight. We'll just do commentary while standing up. Someone get John Moxley a new chair. And Zeta Steel right now teeing off against Red Velvet. Off the ropes. Running net breaker, catching her from freaking east side. Runs to the uppercut now. Now scouts Marina Shafir, of course, also a victim of Shafir Mother's Milk. Tornado DDT sends the problem to the outside of the ring. Sky Blue, though. And again, Sky Blue and Zeta Steel have been at the heart of this four-woman feud. World TV Champ lock right now. Double single knee cold breaker to Sky and Red Velvet. And Zeta Steel right now is the real deal. Fully in control of the Lope Suicida, wiping out everybody. They become the next Ring of Honor Women's Television Champion by any means necessary. Zeta Steel right now in full control, needs to isolate herself with one person and stay in the driver's seat. Don't get caught in the moment here, girl. Oh, man, big right hand by Red Velvet. And Sky Blue, clubbing shot in the back of the head of Red Velvet now. Everybody, of course, for themselves. No friends, no alliances here, no love. Not necessarily hatred, but just a drive competition. And now Shafir from the basement. Uh-oh, I sense disaster. Tower of Doom! Sky, Velvet, and Zeta Steel falling down courtesy of the problem. Not enough energy to follow up, though, here. Take a pin already, Shafir. Pick somebody. And, of course, Zeta Steel from the highest heights, going for the deep double hook. Oh, man. Hooking both legs deep, able to escape at two. Now on the Sky Blue cover, hook on the far leg by Shafir. Gets a 2 count there. Shafir right now, the aggressor going forward, just putting the bare foot to Red Velvet's chest. And now the Irish whip, focusing on Zeta Steel once again. Hard Irish whip to the rib cage in the corner, and Shafir scouting. Oh, man! Forward splash, bringing a pain train forward to Zeta Steel, running from one opposite side of the ring to the other. One woman wrecking crew. Oh, man! Runs to Zeta Steel's boots. Sky Blue changing tactics now, focusing her attack on Shafir, squaring up against the problem in the corner, and now Zeta Steel, sidestep by Sky Blue, Red Velvet. Oh! And it seems right now, impromptu, everybody is targeting Marina Shafir. Gets the bare boot up, though. Zeta Steel sent to the outside by Red Velvet here. And Red Velvet using Sky Blue poetry in motion, but Shafir able to catch her. And momentarily, the stutter step here. And again, Shafir catching Red Velvet, looks like. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, man! Red Velvet power bomb on the back of Sky Blue by Shafir. And now Shafir, high stat cover on Red Velvet. And oh, man, elbow drop out of the top by Zeta Steel to break up the pile. Freaking plunge right now to save her chances on season the Ring of Honor Women's Television title. What a matchup here. For a reckless abandonment be damned. Covered by Zeta Steel on the champion. Gets a 2 count. Look at this right now. Zeta Steel going once again. Back out to the leg of Red Velvet. This time, high angle, single leg Boston Crab. Oh! And Sky Blue just clocks Zeta Steel with the Ring of Honor Women's Television Championship. And it's perfectly legal. Look for the cover. Uh-oh. Ready to get choke applied by Marina Shafir on Sky Blue. And right now, Shafir might choke out Sky Blue. Look at this be freaking ironic. Sky, oh man, Brandon Shafir with the title. I don't know if that was wise, though, considering how much we know Shafir is dangerous when you think you got her. Hooking her up, Sky. Uh-oh, cold blue denied. And Shafir right now sits in the cover, hooking a single leg. We got a shot. Almost. Holding on to that ankle now. Reverse ankle lock applied. Going back to this half crowd of sorts again. Of course, Sky Blue came back from a debilitating ankle injury, but she now has a little plate inside her ankle. And right now, looking to turn her around. Sky Blue just failing. Oh, man! Foot implant DDT and Sky Blue in a world of trouble. But Red Velvet, watch Red Velvet from the top! Split leg throw, splash Shafir, cover, leg hook, Red Velvet retains the Ring of Honor Championship. Woo! Three of the top athletes that Red Velvet has contended with during her young Ring of Honor career, getting the better of the problem 2 times over now. Shafir caught again in her own submission, but this time thanks to another opponent. It is still nothing to be disappointed in, though. Commendable effort by all 4. And again, the problem, pushing Red Velvet and all to do better. Red Velvet still Ring of Honor Women's World Television Champion. Impressive stuff. Incredible bout, great battle brought by all 4. I can imagine what's going through Marina Shafir's mind right now. You just see Red Velvet once again stirring it up inside Philadelphia. A hard-fought battle. Just coming short was Shafir for that Ring of Honor Women's Television title. Yeah, I mean, again, no matter what the Death Riders against the world, the work continues. You gotta imagine Shafir's a little bit disappointed. I kind of was rooting for her, to be perfectly honest. Well, we've seen the Women's Pure Championship bout. Why don't we go to the men? Because coming up next, the wrestler, Katsuyori Shibata, looks to make it 3-0 against Taga Style, Lee Moriarty. It's time for the men's Ring of Honor Pure Championship. And of course, Lee Moriarty, as I said, is the longest reigning Ring of Honor Pure Champion in Ring of Honor history. Of course, this originally was going to be Nigel McGuinness' last chance, where he said if he lost, he would never compete in Ring of Honor again. But unfortunately, how fate can change tides. After that impromptu ankle block kick to Shibata's PK, Nigel McGuinness has not been medically cleared to compete tonight here in Ring of Honor, and thus will continue forward somehow in the Continental Cup with ambitions of going home to Wembley Stadium. And of course, Tiger Styles already gotten the better of Nigel McGuinness under old school Pure rules and a 30-minute Ironman match in sudden death. However, believe it or not, Tiger Style, with his illustrious run, has never been the wrestler Katsuyori Shibata. Oh, this is going to be good. Ring of Honor Pure Champion to be decided here tonight as the fans come to their feet for the definition of a son of Inokiism and a man that truly is defined by one word, wrestler. And of course, there's also a former Ring of Honor Pure Champion, 2-time Ring of Honor Pure Champion, I believe. I love this. I love this. The wrestler Katsuyori Shibata, for those that don't know, has been wrestling now for the better part of over a quarter of a century. And of course, previously was Ring of Honor Pure Champion for 239 days. It was, of course, on AEW. It was, of course, on Ring of Honor Duel of the Death Before Dishonor. That Katsuyori Shibata was able to tie up and submit Wheeler Yuta, a man, of course, that he has a long-term history with, that took the Ring of Honor Pure Championship from him. Earning Katsuyori Shibata this chance to become a 2-time Ring of Honor Pure Champions. The ops never lacking and the wrestler never really resting on his wrestling code. Has not held this Ring of Honor Pure title since November 2023. Oh boy. Same pair of promotions, of course. Rumble, Batman Rumble. As, of course, we see Shane Taylor. Braids and tattoos, of course. Carly Bravo, Shepton Sean Dean, Charlie XO. As, of course, Lee Moriarty has been the reigning and defending Ring of Honor Pure Champion. Now, forget this, folks. 757 days. Official number of defenses. Tonight will mark his 20th official defense of the Ring of Honor Pure Championship after outlasting the likes of Jonathan Gresham, Ace Austin, and Haley Cole. Blue Panther down in CMLL, a huge influence on Tiger Styles' career. AR Fox, TMDK's Robbie's Eagles, and of course, as I said earlier, Nigel McGuinness. One of the greatest runs we've ever seen for a young man. And of course, senior official, referee Mike Posey, will be officiating this contest. The Ring of Honor Pure title, of course, going all the way back to the foundations that Ring of Honor was founded upon, back to the first champion being the phenomenal AJ Styles in 2004, following legacies set by Samoa Joe, Bryan Danielson, Nigel McGuinness, Jonathan Gresham, Daniel Garcia. And of course, as I said earlier, in case y'all forgot about the rules, as you will see the scorecard at the bottom, each wrestler has 3 rope breaks. Of course, after that, pinfall and submission side of the rope breaks are considered legal. And of course, this goes to 6-minute time limit. It will be defined by a panel of judges. And we know that Lee Moriarty can go up to at least 30 minutes. Of course, Katsura Shibata, a man that rarely ever used a rope break unless he was forced to by his opponent due to circumstances of position, very rarely found himself going beyond, I think, the 15-minute point. And look at this right now. Katsura Shibata grounding the Lee Moriarty. Now looking for the grip. And as I said, this is not the first time that Lee Moriarty and Katsura Shibata have faced each other one-on-one. In fact, there have been 2 other occasions. And Katsura Shibata has gotten the better of Tiger Style on both of them. Looking for the counter. Carrying the body. Bridging out. Shibata grabbing a hold, though, of the wrist. And I think this was the danger that Lee Moriarty was concerned about, though. But this is also the reason that he tests himself as pure champion. The grappling game of the wrestler, second to none in this business. Of course, Katsura Shibata, former, of course, IWGP, never overweight champion. And right now, again, just grounding Lee Moriarty. Double wrist lock here, modified key hold. Just modified R-bar if you're going to keep it simple. Nice leg pick, takedown there. Now transitioning almost to a modified heel hook. Let's see if Lee Moriarty. Oh, wow. That says a lot right now. Lee Moriarty forced to use his first rope break, and we're not even 2 minutes in. I do wonder, again, though, how much of that was a sense of urgency for Lee Moriarty here, though, versus just the circumstances where he was at. It's not often that you see Lee Moriarty go to the ropes so soon. Of course, Lee Moriarty had been training for Nigel McGuinness, as we talked about. So, again, might be taken out of his game here. Last time these two faced each other one-on-one was back in April 2024 on Collision. Shibata got the better of Lee Moriarty in under 11 minutes. When Katsura Shibata was Ring of Honor Pure Champion, Lee Moriarty challenged him and lost to the wrestler in just over 9 minutes. And that was all the way back in 2023. Of course, Lee Moriarty was able to seize the Ring of Honor Pure Championship from the man that Katsura Shibata lost the title to. And of course, scrappy, yappy Willa Yuta, I believe. The side headlock being applied right now. And of course, the lineage of this title, some of the greats here of Ring of Honor. And again, the jury is out whether or not Nigel McGuinness will get that one last chance for this title. The drop down, we pick up speed, great agility being shown here, and the wrestler caught with a deep arm drag takeover by Lee Moriarty. Now Lee right now trying to get the better. Manhattan drop. Front face lock. Snap German. Maintains head. Cover. 2. Bridging. Oh, wow. Look at Lee Moriarty here and the conditioning of his neck. The subtle ways that Moriarty taunts you, though, is in his ways of technique. Of course, Lee Moriarty has been Ring of Honor Pure Champion now since July 2024, winning this title at Death Before Dishonor. Oh, man. Well, there's no honor being shown there as Shibata outsmarts Lee with a false code of honor. It took damn near 20 minutes, by the way, for Lee Moriarty to win the title. And again, the ops never lacking, but we've also seen them to a fair degree take shortcuts when they have to. Now just drive in the ankles, or the knees, excuse me, against the ropes. Same tactic he used against Willa Yuta to win this opportunity. And again, just throwing the champion into those legs. That's a good way to snap a ligament. Oh, jeez. And you see the way Lee Moriarty right now is grabbing that leg. The longest match, by the way, that Lee Moriarty has had defending the Ring of Honor Pure title is just a little bit over outside that 30-minute Ironman match. 21 minutes against the Octopus Jonathan Gresham in Produce. Leg capture. Oh! Goes to the headlock instead for the Fisherman Buster. Now steps over. Figure 4 leg lock applied, middle of the ring. And again, all the damage done to those legs with those countless throws into those ropes. And right now, center of the ring. And again, Shibata testing Lee Moriarty to find a way to escape without a rope break, if Tiger Style can. Can he roll through and reverse the pressure? Shibata, who wants to see Lee Moriarty try and out-wrestle him. Shibata looking to once again become a 2-time River Pure champion. And Lee able to get the shoulders up. Right now, every time, of course, Lee Moriarty tries to bridge up, you see the way that Lee is trying to pick, twist, and torque the ankle of Shibata just to relieve some of the pressure on this hold. Shibata, once again, maintains full control. And it's all on the right leg, by the way, of Lee Moriarty that this hold is excruciating on. Moriarty trying to use the only tactic he can right now to drag Shibata to the ropes. And again, Shibata in full control of this hold, bringing back Lee back towards center, and Lee forced to use his second rope break as Shibata still has all 3, and we have just hit a little bit over the 5-minute mark. Sometimes the best defense, especially in a Pure Rules match, is just literally preventing further offense. You see Moriarty right now. It is not a wise idea to tee off against the wrestler in a chop battle. You could ask Tomoyoshi E about that. You could ask Hiroki Goto about that. You could ask Yuji Nagata. You could ask countless people about this right now. As Lee Moriarty lights at the chest of the wrestler here. Oh, that last one seemed to have found it where. Oh, there's a stomp right on the toes there. And then Trig high on the hamstring there. It's a definition of a different Shibata, because this was not what Shibata was like when he was pure champion, I assure you. It's almost shades of, again, that old school Shibata mentality back in New Japan Pro Wrestling that made him such a lethal force to deal with. And the climb runs into a drop kick. Maybe by pure desperation of defense there, just a great separation for a moment. You see the way that Lee is grabbing both of his legs. Damage done heavily so far, because of the pressure that's been, of course, applied to those legs. You hear the fans right now trying to will the champion into this, respecting the fact that Tiger Style has held the pure title in the longest and strongest regard versus anyone in Ring of Honor history. Irish whip to catch the bot in the corner, and Lee follows through, though. Rolling lariat. Pulls on. Side headlock. Throws in for the Bulldog. And takes Shibata down face first, middle of the ring. And Moriarty, for the first time right now, in control of the wrestler prior to this whole match. Waist lock. Belly to belly. Holding on. Bridge 2. Oh, and again. And the only way that, of course, he was able to get out of that is for Shibata to literally break the grip. Looking for that porcelain stretch. Shibata right now might have to use a rope break here, as of course right now the next grip breaks across the jawline. Reversal till the shoulders are down, and Lee was had to force to break his hold or he loses title. Knife edge chop. Moriarty with the open hand here right now. Irish whip, reversal. Lee rewinds inside the ropes. Oh, catches the big boot though of Shibata. And right now, Shibata and Lee Moriarty, both men on the apron. Dangerous territory here as Mike Posey tries to bring both inside the ring. And oh, God! That wasn't even a DDT. That was like a shoulder breaker because the shoulder caught the apron. That shoulder could have been separated right there. That was nasty. Good grief. I'm glad that, I guess that could have gone a whole lot worse, though. But nonetheless, devastating move done by Shibata, bringing the champion back inside here. Audible gas right now with 20-minute arena, and I don't blame them. You see Moriarty right now. They're covered by Shibata. Bracing down that shoulder. It's a 2 count. Yeah, about to say, though, was that on instinct or was that just outside his own nervous hold? Shibata once again going back to the well. Once again with the figure 4 leg lock applied. All the pressure to that right leg. Again, Lee Moriarty has a choice here. Get to the ropes, you break it, but that's your last rope break. Turn around the pressure and maybe find an escape. And the torque right now being applied on this heel hook now of sorts inside this figure 4 leg lock by Shibata. Again, the pressure right now too great for Lee to handle as Lee Moriarty has just used his last rope break. This match has been literally 90-10 in favor of the wrestler. It's crazy. 3 rope breaks for Shibata. No rope breaks left for Lee Moriarty. Tiger Style in the worst case scenario for the pure title. After chop, forearm combination, elbow strikes, teeing off against the champion in the corner. Shibata just wearing down Tiger Style. Once again, looking for possibly that Kenta stable. Hesitation, drop kick in the corner. Got it fully that time instead of that drop kick intervention that Lee Moriarty was able to pull off earlier. Hoisting up the prone body, German suplex, front face lock, float over in the cover, lateral press, to have a new tap, and Lee Moriarty able to escape. Hook at the far leg, though, and 2 count again. Relentless covers here, 2 count again, though, hook in the inside leg. Just continually wearing down Tiger Style here. A methodical, perfect game plan so far by the wrestler, just over the 10-minute mark. I haven't seen Tiger Style in this much trouble in a long time, and I've seen every single one of his title matches. I thought Angelico was one of his most dangerous opponents outside Nigel McGuinness. And then, of course, Jonathan Gresham can tell you 8 ways from Sunday, but the fact of the matter that Shibata has methodically broken down for the PK. Lee Moriarty. Oh, man! Chop to the spine. You didn't see it, but you sure as hell felt it. Back elbow strike, breaking the waist lock away from the wrestler, going off the ropes, single blade boot. And Shibata didn't even budge. And Shibata right now, Lee Moriarty here, and Shibata testing each other's wills. Shibata willing Lee Moriarty meet him in center with his own big boot. And again, Shibata, this is what he lives off of. This is what drives the wrestler forward in this life. Rebound. Jawbreaker lariats! Shout out to Nigel McGuinness! Sometimes you gotta change up the game plan when your own doesn't work. Now the cover, hook of the far leg, 2! Whoa! And of course, Shibata lost to Nigel McGuinness in the Continental Cup. Boy, say stretch applied now center of the ring. And he's got a locked in, but again, Shibata versus the pressure, rose fruit. Now the rear naked choke applied, sleeper hold. And again, Tiger Style cannot afford to get caught in a submission. He has no more rope breaks. Again, there's no more saving grace for you with the ring unless you find a way for separation on your own merit. Whoa! Using leverage right there. Slingshot Shibata to the outside. Lee Moriarty on the move with a low face to Athena. Good Lord. I think his head almost climbing the barricade. And Moriarty right now back in the attacks. And it's Shibata back inside. Lee Moriarty looking to spring forward. Springboard. Oh, no! Lost his footing. And I think he impromptu caught Shibata with a chop to the jaw. But again, damage done to those legs, much like Bray Christian earlier. Unfortunately, though, I think this is more due to the fact of the toll of the match that Shibata has put on the champion. But I'll tell you what, though, that blind impromptu shot has definitely rocked the wrestler. I actually rate them in the eyes here. Lee Moriarty now perched in the corner on the second rope. Shibata slow to his feet. Impaired vision, staggering in position, and Lee Moriarty drop kick out of the corner, takes down the wrestler, and that might be it. The lateral press. Look at the, oh my Lord, not even a 1 count, barely a 1 count, if that. And once again, standing waves like exchange here between champion and challenger. Shibata pushing Lee off in the ropes. Okana roll cover, chooses the cover reversal into the rear naked choke by Lee Moriarty though. Shibata choke implied, and Shibata able to roll through. Now Shibata with the hold. And the sleeper's locked in. And of course, Shibata has won so many matches. Whoa. Looking for the pin, able to roll through again. It's Lee Moriarty. Clutch pin though on Shibata. 2 and did it. Wow. How much momentum matters in an exchange, clutching the wrestler off that attempted Shibata hold. Moriarty had to learn more about the extent of what he's capable of when he doesn't have his full arsenal. And he did that tonight. Again, Shibata caught off guard. You can see the frustration. All it takes is 3 seconds in pure rules sometimes, folks. And Lee Moriarty did it. Moriarty prepared for Nigel McGuinness, but somehow able to overcome the unknown against the wrestler Katsuyori Shibata. Finally getting the better of Shibata for the first time ever in singles action. Now the record 2-1 as Tiger Style once again remains Ring of Honor Pure Champion. Incredible. I can only imagine what was going through the sense of urgency there and panic in Lee Moriarty's mind. Because again, if it wasn't for that clutch roll-up, that Shibata lock could have probably put him to sleep. Well done once again. Tiger Style still Ring of Honor Pure Champion. As we go backstage with the Dark Order. And right now asking if Preston Vance is in the Dark Order. As of course, Preston Vance is no longer part of the Frat House, thankfully. Oh, wait a minute. Preston Vance saying... And Preston Vance trying to maybe restore trust here with the Dark Order. I never trusted you. Looks like Evil Uno's willing to give Preston a chance. But I guess the rest of the Dark Order, not so much. And considering the way that Preston Vance betrayed the Dark Order and left them, I kind of don't blame number 3 and number 4, Outrunners and John Silver, for their discontent in Preston maybe being part of the Dark Order again. It doesn't straight up, I don't like you. Sometimes time really doesn't heal all wounds. Well, anyway, as the Dark Order tries to figure out how many numbers are truly back in the family, we now get ready and shift our mindsets now to the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships. Fatal 4-way action. El Sky Team, Mystical and Mascara Dorada defend against Summer Guevara, the Beast Models, Los Francis Monobles, the Kingdoms, Matt Taven and Mike Bennett, and Sky Flights, of course, Top Flight in Dante and Darius Martin. It was back in Arena Mexico, of course, on a special edition of Ring of Honor that Los Francis Monobles, of course, the Beast Mortals and Summer Guevara defended the gold against Mystico. And with the La Mystica takedown hammerlock, it was Mystico that got the win and seized the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships, as Aubrey Edwards called the submission victory. And now, of course, we've seen Summer Guevara has had Ring of Honor World Tag Team title runs in 3 different partners. The Natural Dustin Rhodes, Roosh, and of course the Beast Mortals. Top Flight has been on countless journeys for these Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships and have been changing their winning ways as of late, actually, for the Tag Team Championships. And of course the Kingdom, OGK, Mike Bennett, Matt Taven, and Matt Taven, no stranger to the Ring of Honor Tag Team titles, as they recently returned home to Honor. Again, champions do not be involved in the decision, and we'll see if El Sky Team rises to the occasion tonight in Philadelphia. Here we go. Oh, boy. It's a great addition, by the way. This just came out of nowhere, by the way, folks. In case you're wondering, when was this match added? It was literally added, I believe, last night on Ring of Honor. Of course, Beast Mortos previously was the Ring of Honor Tag Team Champion. His first title underneath Ring of Honor, alongside Summer Guevara. The Beast. And again, I still don't speak Beast. If anyone speaks Beast, I would be happy to hear exactly what he said earlier. As long as it wasn't profanitized, which I do feel like it might have been. And of course, his history-making partner that's still booed out of the building, the Spanish god, Summer Guevara, who's pretty much betrayed everybody, that wanted to make sure that he wasn't the conversation. Los Francis Monobles, by the way, held the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Championships for 203 days across 3 successful defenses before losing them to El Sky Team back in June. And I'm about to say, though, different for his honor, though, Summer Guevara has won the Tag Team Championships here at this stage. In fact, it was last year at different for his honor in this building that he won those titles alongside Roosh. And shout out to the Rage of Wrestling, Walter Cruz. Again, I am never alone because at the end of the day, it's not about me, it's about wrestling. And Walter, I would always back you up for honor, dude, if you wanted to join the calls. But don't feel bad I'm alone because at the end of the day, I'm not. And I'm here to encourage you people to just chill out and enjoy wrestling, and I'm having a hell of a good time. This is what I do, bruv. But next time, let's get you back in honor, man. Miss you. As the arena goes purple for thy kingdom come. It's Matt Taven. Freaking Melvin. I will say, though, I still like this theme. Former 3-time Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions, by the way, is the Kingdom. In fact, Mike Taven, wow, no, you're tired. Matt Taven and Mike Bennett, OGK, of course, former tag team champions in their own right. As, of course, the Kingdom has been undefeated as of late since coming back home to Ring of Honor. And Matt Taven, by the way, of course, formerly Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champion alongside Mike Bennett as the Undisputed Kingdom back through 2023 through 2024. Held those titles, of course, for 234 days before losing them to, ironically enough, Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara. They have been very vocal and outspoken about getting back those Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships. Meanwhile, please have your seats in the upright position as we go first class with Top Flight. Dante and Darius Martin representing Skyflight, escorted, of course, by the Fallen Angel. Christopher Daniels has been so instrumental in these young men's career. And, of course, we saw how close the real deal Sada Steel was in season the Ring of Honor Women's World Television Championship. It could very well be Skyflight's night, finally. And Dante and Darius Martin's brothers born in this business. And Darius and Dante Martin also looking for their first. Huge opportunity, of course, for Top Flight. Christopher Daniels, as I also know, no stranger, of course, to holding on to these titles. In fact, Christopher Daniels was part of the inaugural Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions, known as The Prophecy, back in 2002, alongside Donovan Morgan. Huge opportunity here tonight, though, for Mascara Dorada and Mystico to rise high in the 2300 arena. The Sky Team, of course, are also tag champions right now, and trios champions, I believe, down in Mexico. And, of course, Mascara Dorado and Neon are also known as El Sky Team as the CMLL World Trios champions. We've also, of course, saw Mascara Dorado face Bandido last year in a classic in Arena Mexico. Bandido, of course, still defend the Ring of Honor World Championship tonight against the Prodigy, Nick Wayne. With one of the most legendary luchadors of all time in Mystico, who might arguably have the greatest theme for a luchador of all time. Mystico, of course, for those that don't know, by the way, is still also IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Champion alongside El Desperado in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Man who's currently holding titles in CMLL, Ring of Honor, and New Japan, as well as PWR, world-renowned Mystico. I love this theme, but I don't speak Espanol. Sorry. I feel like if Walter was here, he would sing it karaoke style. Anyway. Looks like some of the people actually know the song. I could literally wake up to this as an alarm. There's some Mexican fans right there that are singing along. That was just waving their hands in the air. An electrifying atmosphere tonight in the 2300 arena. This is professional wrestling, damn it. Oh, Sammy, you jackass! And immediately, Sammy Guevara, the Beast Mortals, and OGK stopping the welcoming of Mystico and taking advantage of the early going, repping for this contest is Fawn Smith, by the way. And I was like, Guevara celebrating early, and I imagine this match is going to be four corners and only two teams can be legal at the same time, as Matt Taylor right now hoists up the Ring of Honor Tag Team title. Well, they were on the same page, it looked like, for this. And shout out to Maddox Ware on the chat. WWE doesn't know how to book great wrestlers, and now that he's free, I hope he becomes all elite or he runs roughshod across the UK or New Japan. Much like Nikki Storm, the best in the galaxy, is running roughshod right now across all of Europe. It pisses me off, but again, the Fed, they are the most underwhelming of the wrestling business for me as a wrestling fan. Thank you, by the way, for that question. And stay tuned for more thoughts on that, folks, on the Sunday Brunch Shenanigans. We'll dive further into that on the Regular Wrestling J.J. Williams' 50th birthday celebration this Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bell rings are officially underway. Side headlock, Matt Taven in front off the ropes, shoulder block. Looks like we're starting off against Matt Taven and Darius Martin. And, of course, their third run was met alongside Skyflight at some point. Skyflight came very close to becoming Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions for the first time at the expense of the Kingdom. Whoa. Great awareness right there for Darius Martin, catching Matt Taven off guard. Meanwhile, Sammy Guevara is still fighting with Mystical on the outside of the ring. Blind tag made by Inhuman. Dante Martin springing inside, isolating Matt Taven in their corner. Of course, the influences of Christopher Daniels has been paying so much for these two young men's growth. Tag made, and again, slingshot over the top. That slingshot senton, beautiful. Now it's standing. Moonsault picture perfect. And Taven right now looking for the tag. But wait a minute. Oh! Big boot. That thing. Oh! Elbow. Rolling elbow. Combination. Drop kick out of the corner. OGK right now taking advantage of Dante Martin. I believe that Mike Bennett did make the tag. Irish whip. Thrown off the ropes. Pushed off again. Whoa, man. Take away to Harris right there, wiping out Mike Bennett, hoisted up, able to land on his feet. Dante Martin with the waist lock, pushing Matt Taven to their corner. Tag made to his brother, Darius Martin. Now Darius and Dante isolating one half of the kingdom. Double stomp off the spinning Sobot. Eye on the shoulder blades right now, and Skyfly's been in control for most of this matchup, actually. Irish whip, hoisted up, Manhattan drop to the OGK. Bulldog, face buster over the knee. Now Dante with the cover here and gets a 2 count. And so far we've seen one title change hands tonight. The Ring of Honor World 6-Man Tag Team Championships. Oh man, what a leg lariat. Spinning leg lariat, wiping out Darius. And right now, hold on here. I mean, Mike Bennett saying tag one of the LFI in, and now the Beast Mortos is legal. I guess they're still trying to execute that game plan where it could come down to one of these two teams. About to say, we saw, of course, how strong the Undisputed Kingdom was. Roderick Strong with the freaking neck brace, of course. And glasses. Freaking talking about being neck strong. Yeah, about to say right now, Beast Mortos looking for the tag. Tag made to Sammy Guevara, and the crowd goes mild. Now, Sammy Guevara legal with Darius Martin. Again, like I said, Sammy Guevara won these titles last year in this building. And tag made to Beast Mortos. All right, a little bit of one-upsmanship. Okay, what is Sammy doing? Why are we doing these little tease tags here? And Beast Mortos looking to make the tag to Sammy. Okay, I guess Sammy's now legal. Well, eventually we'll see Sammy do something here, I suppose. And Darius right now confused as everybody else. Sammy Guevara again. Asking the Beast Mortos if he wants to be tagged in. Playing too much here, though, is going to cost him. And Darius, I think I've seen enough of that. Swing and miss. Oh! And Beast Mortos taken down. And now Darius teaming up against Sammy Guevara. About time someone punches this guy in the mouth. And Guevara, Irish whip. Guevara, of course, former 3-time TNT champion. And moonsault standing. Okana roll by Darius. Sammy able to hold on to the ropes, though. Sidestep. Sammy caught with a drop kick. And look at Darius Martin with the pose. Giving Sammy a taste of his own cocky medicine there. You see Sammy right now, a little bit thrown out of sorts in the Kingdom's corner. And Taven right now knows what it means to win these titles. And right now, what the hell? Blind tag made at Mystical legal. I guess this is a strategy, if nothing else. And Mystico springing inside. Well, this should be an interesting matchup. Why not, Mystico? Take the ring. I mean, hell, you won a Grand Slam, Mexico. Let's go ahead and do it here. And mutual respect, of course, between Skyflight and El Sky team. A hand put out for a code of honor, possibly. What a moment for Darius being in the ring with a legend like Mystico here. And right now, picks the ankle. Ankle picked, though, by Darius. Darius on the move. Mystico with the drop down. And Darius, once again, keeping up here, keeping pace. Just diving through, springing up the second rope. Springboard, cross body, high angle, wiping out Darius. Swinging a miss. And right now, Darius taking out sorts here. Deep arm drag takeover by Mystico. Head scissors takedown, though, by Darius. Both these men right now just down position, trying to pick up the pace, keep up speed, sidestep, lateral press, thrown over. And both these men stalemate. Woof. I love seeing exchanges like this with El Sky Team and Skyflight. A match that can reach new heights in itself. Code of Honor adhered to. Tag made to Mascara Dorada. Why not? Let's see the opposite side of each of these teams. And tag made to Dante Martin. Very similar athletes when it comes to these two high-flying springboarders. Swing and a miss, waist lock to Mascara Dorada. Mascara Dorada, of course, previously involved, challenging for the AEW International title and the Ring of Honor World title. Up and over, a little bit of show-upsmanship here by Mascara Dorada. Of course, Ring of Honor has always had that staple of trust when it comes to crossover wrestling, especially with Lucha Libre. Whoa! All right, Dante, that was impressive. Standing 450, springboard. Okay, this feels like Cirque du Soleil, and I don't mind it. Kaza, Dora, Andrade, takeover, handstand, escape by Dante Martin. Went for the high kick. Went for the high kick again, able to duck underneath. Boltman with the high kick, blocked it. Both athletes able to catch each other on the shoulder, and a great stalemate once again in what's been a dead even exchange with both sides of each team of Skyflight and the Sky team. Oh, wait a minute. Whoop. LFI trying to spoil this party. Get caught with a super kick party. Oh, wait a minute. Now the Kingdom gets caught with their own super kick party by Mystical and Darius. And Skyfly and the Sky team working together here right now, isolating the ring. But something tells me these four men will not be inside the ring for much longer. As Mystical, Mascara Dorada look to go over the top. Slingshot, corkscrew tornadoes. Wiping out the Kingdom, but Beast Mordos did make the blind tag. I don't think Top Flight, is aware of it. Doesn't hit the clothesline. Up and over. Woo. Off the ropes. Race for the banner. Watch out! Watch out, Bull with a lariat. There's Bull running loose right now. Not a China shop, but in the 2300 arena. And the Beast Mortos right now, once again on the move. Whooping tornado, wiping out El Sky team. Twisting right there with his own variation on the Tope Suicida. Now Sammy Guevara looking to take advantage. Irish whip reversal to Dante Martin, throwing up the Levi's corner. Sammy able to skip him and over. Catching with a spinning kick. Darius Martin. Now Darius sent to his brother. Taking both down with a neckbreaker DDT. Chain freaking Fury. Positioning himself now on the top rope. Shooting star press! Good grief! Wiping himself out and out Sky team in the process. Freaking loco. From the top rope. And people still saying Sammy Guevara sucks. How things really don't change here. And, of course, Philadelphia has their own fair share of rivalries with people not from their area, much like the 76ers and the Lakers. Of course, Black Mamba, the all-time great Kobe Bryant, whenever he got the better of the now current NBA champions. That's the only sport that's going to get out of me. Oh, God! What a spiking reverse sling break to Dante Martin by the Beast Mortos. Off the ropes, up in the Argentine backbreaker, and I've seen this before. Oh, God, what a backbreaker over the knee. Rolling lariat. And that might be it, cover. Pick up. And the Beast Mortos Singer for almost again 2-time Ring of Honor with Tag Team Champions. Tag made to Matt Taven, and right now the Kingdom and Beast Mortos ran the play, isolating Dante Martin. And Dante, right now, caught up. And they might be looking for that Proton Pack. The cover by Matt Taven, becoming new champion. 2.5. Different outcome, of course. Previously, that Proton Pack led to OGK, holding on to the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships against Top Flight. Pop up. Oh, God, what an elbow. Cover, that might be the KO. And Darius with the save as referee Stephon Smith. Now, Darius from the outside. And again, this match is broken down lucha-wise. All of these men just taking the rules to their own advantage. And what the hell? They're trying to go to the phone for a game plan? And Taven and Mike Bennett front out sorts here right now. Don't know what to do. Sending Dante Martin at LFI's corner. The tag mate. About to say, were they trying to message Roosh or freaking Maria Kanellis? And right now, the modified cravat by Sammy Guevara to Dante Martin, Skyflight, Top Flight, in a world of trouble. About to say, would you argue more with technology or your partner? Tag mate, Beast Mortos, now tagging in Sammy Guevara. Oh, man, knife edge chop. And again, Dante Martin, overhead military. And what the hell is this? Now, Beast Mortos just throwing him into a cutter for Sammy Guevara. And now LFI in full control here. Dante Martin. Oh! Jumping knee strike. Irish whip. Irish whip into the ropes. Poise it up. Pop. Up. Samoa drop. Great combination. Almost hit the ceiling. Covered by Beast Mortal's new champions. Almost crowned here tonight. And Kingdom needs to realize, though, if a pin happens and they're not involved in the decision, they can't win the titles. I don't think the Kingdom necessarily want to take the titles off LFI. And that's a chop to Darius Martin, who is trying to come to the aid of his brother. Again, Dante Martin is still legal for top flight. Sammy Guevara instigating Darius Martin, now catching him in a sleeper hold up against the top rope. This whole thing's broken down. The Sky Team finally getting up to the apron right now. Matt Taven calling the play against Beast Mortals against Dante. And Matt Taven now legal, as the Kingdom's now legal with top flight. And looking off the top row. Looking for the springboard moves off the second rope. Whoop. Evasive maneuvers by Dante Martin. Tag made to Mystico. And Mystico now legal with Matt Taven. And spring. Back elbow strike. And of course, Matt Taven, no stranger to Mystico if you looked at their illustrious history. Hoisted up and over. Lands on the apron. Blocks the shot. Caught with Izaguri. Turns Matt Taven around. Springboard. High cross body. Center of the ring as Mystico takes flight. Tremendous clothesline. Takeaway Harris to Matt Taven in El Sky Team's corner. Tag made to Mascara Dorada. And the champions now back in control and legal in this match. Springing in high cross body on Mike Bennett. Now Mike Bennett coming to the aid of his partner. Irish whip reversal. Drop down and Mascara Dorada off the ropes again. Keeping up with the pace here. Up and over on Mike Bennett. Blocks the shot. Gets the hamstring. Escalera up to the top rope. Look at the balance here on Mascara Dorada. The human freaking springboard corkscrew out of the corner. Deep arm drag takeover. And Mike Bennett taking all out of sorts here. Makes the tag to Sammy Guevara. Tag made to Mystico. Now Sammy and Mystico legal. And of course, it came down to Mystico and Sammy, I believe, when it came to the titles changing hands. Oh, up and palm strike. Get to the hamstring. Mystico now. Escalera. Springing from one corner to the other. Master of the ropes. Walking through. Deep corkscrew arm drag takeover. And Mystico. So we're going to miss by Sammy. Up and around. Got him with the takeover to Harris. Now Sammy taking all sorts. Tag made to Beast Mortos. It's the Dorada now legal. Oh, God. Got hit put out of the air. Jeez. That's one way to ground a high flyer. Again, the Beast right now charging forward. Lands on the apron. Mascara Dorada. Oh, man. Caught with a right hand. Izaguri, though, rocks the Beast on the ascent. Now Mascara Dorada beating the Beast Mortals. What the hell is this? Both men up to the top rope. This is a very precarious situation here. And, oh, jeez. Mascara Dorada just thrown down. And it's Mortals in control. Now the hook in the near leg. Back press. Gets a 2 count. I was thinking I was going to try to do that overhead military press off the top like he did a Commander. Again, big right hand, just turning Mascara Dorada sideways. El Sky Team and L5 right now, the two legal teams in this fatal 4-way. Irish whip, up the ropes, pop up, off the shoulders, standing moonsault, lands on his feet. Swinging a miss by the Beast Mortos. Mascara Dorada once again looking for control. Up and around. Takes the Beast down. Oh, I love Lucha Libre. Well done by one half of the tag champs here. And tag made now to Matt Taven. Matt Taven gets caught with a super kick. And staggered right now. Waistlock, though, by Mike Bennett. Saving his partner again. Matt Taven still legal. Caught with a Gamaguri. Takes Mike Bennett down. Swinging a miss. Matt Taven blocks the kick. Eats an elbow, though. And Mascara Dorada continues. And Fuego bringing the temperature forward here. Irish whip. Way! And the low bridge by Mike Bennett. Takes Mascara Dorada down. Double team effort with Mascara being attacked on the outside. Mystico taken down now. And clearly, once again, things bring it down the outside. Of course, we did see LFI and the Kingdom strike a deal earlier. And wait a minute. Mike Taven, though, might be looking to take flight. Flight of the Common Man. And everybody down the outside. It's a freaking car wreck here. The body's at the floor. And what the hell is this? Flip your chair. Oh, God! Gets the tip off the knee. Goes freaking Darius. And Dante Martin cut with a cutter as the Kingdom wipes out and grounds freaking Top Flight. Now, Matt Scotterata and Matt Tiemann, I believe, are legal. Kingdom isolating the champions here up in the fireman's carry. Death by drivers for Cody Driver. Just a tip. Once again, bends him up like accordion. Matchbook cutter. Oh! And nobody let him break it up. Just Matt Scotterata's sheer resilience, allowing him to preserve these tag team championships. And this strategic alliance right now with the Kingdom and LFI seems to be paying dividends as all four men right now puts the boost to Matt Scotterata and Mystico taken down. And again, Top Flight has been completely wiped out here as Christopher Daniels checks on Dante and Darius on the outside. And once again, it looks like Mike Bennett's going back to that phone for the game plan here. And so far right now, it's just a 4-on-1 beatdown on Matt Scotterata. Might just be a matter of time here. Something's got to give her with these four men, though. I'm just saying. When you figure about using AI as a strategy, you know you're on the losing end. I would never consider AI as a manager for success. And we all know the Kingdom can do this for people that have watched Ring of Honor as long as I have. Like I said. And right now, Matt Taven mocking Mystico with the reach out by Matt Scotterata for the tag. I'm about to say, you don't want to call Mystico an idiot. Now, wait a minute. And right now, Matt Taven, once again, with Matt Scotterata in the side headlock. Matt Scotterata fighting back, though. Shots to midsection. And tag made to Sammy Guevara. And that means that LFI and the Kingdom finally have to collide. About to say, you've been freaking aligning with each other. Now you got to collide with one another. Stephon Smith, again, calling the tag is legal. And we'll see if a code of honor is adhered to with these dishonorable teams. And right now, the crowd chanting F you, Sammy. And, of course, I agree. And wait a minute. Whoa! A direct shot from Matt Scotterata out of the corner, wiping out both men here. Taking the match into his own hands here. Tag made to Darius Martin. And here comes Top Flight and El Sky Team. Might as well call this freaking Sky Force. And some strategy being put into play here by Mystico. Oh, man! And Dante and Darius diving in all three different directions. And Matt Scotterata taking the last to the west. Wiping out Matt Taven against the announce table. Good grief. It's like four different jets just took off in each cardinal direction, wiping out everybody else. World Tag Team Championships Ring of Honor still hanging in the balance, and we finally might get truly El Sky Team and Top Flight squaring off here in the middle of the ring. Personally, I wish this was the match, honestly. As we see now, Darius and Dante squaring off. Dante against Mystico. Darius against Matt Scotterata here. Skyfly Sky Team here. All the skies possible being reached tonight inside the 2400 Arena. Irish Whip. Swing your partner. Woo! Evasive nature by Top Flight. Dante able to go up and around. Mystico catching him with Enziguri. To the skull, and Dante springing inside. High crossbody. What's up, Matt Scotterata? Mystico super kick. Wiping out Dante. Darius gets the double boots up. Now Darius perched up in the corner of the second. Oh, wow. High Enziguri, though, by Mystico. Now meets Darius inside the ropes. And Darius in a very prone position here as Mystico might be looking to send him for a different flight. Crashing down to earth. Mystico getting all that deep arm drafting with both legs. And then Sakara takes the titles. Sweet. The champs have landed in victory with Darius Martin caught on the opposite hand with that crazy move out of the corner. Mystico and Matt Scotterata still Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions. Damn! El Sky Team arises to the occasion tonight in Philly. Well done by Mystico and Matt Scotterata. Yeah, about to say here, Christopher Daniels with so much history in this city, you thought it would favor the Fallen Angels proteges tonight, but not quite the case. And that would be disappointed, though, in my opinion, for Top Flight. If this was traditional, the outcome very much could have been different. Well done to Mystico and Matt Scotterata as the audience sways to Mystico's theme. And, of course, Matt Scotterata and Mystico with the Code of Honor and the respect being shown here. Darius might be a little bit sore in defeat, but still gotta respect the chance and opportunity they got competing with these two men inside Ring of Honor, and let alone the Philadelphia. Oh, what the hell? That's Roppongi, the Don Collins family. Roppongi Vice, Camarada, Rocky Romero, and Brian Cage. They're about to say it's just a freaking 7-man beatdown right now on the tag champs and freaking Top Flight and Christopher Daniels. And Hechicero right now also inside the ring. This is just all broken down super quickly. And we saw, of course, Hechicero still the CMLL World Champion. And, oh, gosh, deadlift powerbomb by Brian Cage, Mascarada. Oh, wait a minute. Look at the tag team. Look at the entire Ring of Honor locker room coming out here. Scorpio Sky, Outrunners, Vince Warner, Ortiz, Matt Seidel, Buster and the Brain. Everyone's coming out here tonight in Philadelphia. Good Lord. How many tag teams does Ring of Honor have versus the freaking insert company here? It's like a dozen teams I'm counting right now. And why does Ortiz have a stool? I mean, again, I guess Ortiz is already armed for combat. Well, you see right now, Jordan Oliver jaw-jacking Rocky Romero and Hechicero, trying to lure them back inside the ring. Damn near 14 men inside here, fending off the Don Callis family, the Kingdom, and LFI. Well, that's how you restore honor, I suppose. And Commander right now hoisting up Mystico. Mascarada again, still, of course, in victory. Still our current Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions, but there is no freaking relief, it looks like, of challengers here. Great moment here, though, inside the 2300 arena. Well deserved, of course. The Outrunners, I'm sure, have their own ambition to become Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions. Scorpio Sky here, out with Christopher Daniels. SCU represents. AR Fox, of course, former Ring of Honor World Television Champion. Oh, well, that's a great moment. And I'll go ahead and acknowledge the chat here. And what I want to remind you again, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We're going to dump for Dishonor. If you have, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend. And if you want to continue to dictate the conversation, super chat, pill, as simple as that. Unless you're a producer or a man that wants to give one major spoiler, I guess, because it's going to be a shenanigans conversation. Like Walter Cruz, subscribe to Rage of Wrestling. Please remain hashtag spoiler free for all other wrestling content. But I'll acknowledge this because, yeah, I'm not surprised. So we'll see if it, actually means merit, because can WWE book Japanese wrestlers greatly? We'll find out. And it's an honor, of course, for me to continue bringing forward more than just the Fed to the wrestling scene with my passion for professional wrestling virtual commentary that I've been encouraged to do since 2017. As, of course, Dump Before Dishonor continues. Still to come tonight, Ring of Honor Women's World Championship, Athena versus Hazuki. Ring of Honor World Championship, Bandido versus Nick Wayne. And, of course, our Fight Without Honor with the Blackheart Leo Rush and Action Andretti. And, of course, the Continental Cup will continue on Collision, while Nigel McGuinness has not been, of course, clear to compete tonight here in Ring of Honor. Eddie Kingston, unfortunately, due to a undisclosed injury, has been removed from the Continental Cup. And now Claudio Castagnoli will, of course, face off against the winner of what I believe is going to be our next match with Alec Price and also Daniel Garcia. Again, here's how it works for those that don't know about the Continental Cup. There's no outside interference and no time limits. 16 wrestlers started in 8 blind draws. Those 8 men that we have already witnessed have gone into 4 blind draws. We've already seen 2 of them, where John Mott was able to beat Jay White and Nigel McGuinness was able to beat Hechicero. And, of course, the other 2 men will be determined tomorrow night in Collision. Those 4 men will be put into another blind draw and compete in the semifinals in Glasgow, Scotland. And, of course, the winner of those 2 matches will determine the finals. And the finals will take place for the Continental Cup at AEW All in London, which we will be covering live, by the way. Stay tuned for more on that, August 30th. And the winner of the Continental Cup will not only receive the first ever Continental Cup trophy, but will be crowned the Continental Champion. And yes, John Moxley is still reigning and defending and still alive in this tournament. An incredible first here, bringing the favor of the Continental Classic in its own form to the summer season. Anyway, as we get ready now for this impromptu match, let's go back down the ring with Bobby Cruz. Again, congratulations to El Sky Team. As of course, tomorrow on Collision, Claudio Castagnoli will wait for either Adam Priest or Daniel Garcia. And of course, Adam Priest right now on a 3-match winning streak. Adam Priest, of course, the long-running tag team partner for one Tommy Billington. And again, we wish the best to Eddie Kingston in his recovery efforts from whatever injuries he may be dealing with right now. As of course, Eddie Kingston demanded Tony Khan put him in this, not for himself, but for the fans that believe in him, believe that he can do it because professional wrestling has saved his life. And of course, right now, Marina Shafir warming up Daniel Garcia with push-ups exercise on the outside. Marina Shafir coming in very close, by the way, to becoming the Ring of Honor Women's World Television Champion. And of course, the Death Riders against the world. And of course, we'll see right now how much Daniel Garcia is ready for Adam Priest. It's kind of ironic that we find Daniel Garcia in action here. It was here in the 2400 Arena, let's forget, that Daniel Garcia chose to join Jon Moxley and the Death Riders. And of course, coming off a great win against one Alec Price of Busta and the Brain just yesterday on Ring of Honor. Yeah, about to say, you're not wrong there, Moore. I'll give you that. Again, when Eddie Kingston speaks, though, that man definitely has his own level of passion for this business. There's no denying that. Yeah, about to say, there's a lot of similarities, though, you could also draw with these two men. Code of Honor adhered to. Referee for this contest will be John Bryce Rensburg. Bell reigns. We are underway. Again, the winner of this match will face Claudio Castagnoli in the quarterfinals of the Continental Cup. And you think about, again, the mentorship, the discipline, the guidance that each Death Rider has, considering how much they train one another. Baptism by fire, Shafir, Claudio, Pac. That's a huge influence for the likes of Red Death, especially. And I think it's paid dividends for Daniel Garcia. And I'll say, people who don't love professional wrestling or a man that's passionate, the everyday man that you think couldn't be something unless you put your mind into it. Yeah, about to say, Alec Price and Daniel Garcia. The fact of the matter, though, that we were going to get Claudio Castagnoli and Eddie Kingston renewed. Two men that absolutely hate each other going all the way back to Chikara in 2008. I was looking forward to that, but something tells me that we will get Claudio Castagnoli and Eddie Kingston eventually. Stiff Condom tie up here right now. Side headlock being applied by Daniel Garcia and Adam Priest. Of course, Daniel Garcia, as I said, former Ring of Honor Pure Champion. Former TNT Champion. Nice shoulder block there, taking Adam Priest down. And Priest right now looking to capitalize the drop down here. And once again, Daniel Garcia on the move. Great agility. Was able to scout. Oh! That was very smart, though. Able to scout Adam Priest there on that agility. Now pie facing his opponent. Oh, and there's a kick to the knee. Jumping into Guri. Of course, we've seen Adam Priest impress us as of late across Ring of Honor. Of course, taking it to the ROH scene. Oh, jeez. What a knife edge chop. And right now, Daniel Garcia pushing Adam Priest in the corner, giving him his own receipt with the knife edge chop. Big uppercut. We've also seen Adam Priest handle the likes of course, Dax Harwood of FTR. And, of course, coming off that tag feud alongside Tommy Billington against the Lethal Twist and Jay Lethal. Adam Priest, for those that don't know, by the way, has been involved in wrestling now for about 9 years, and he's been heavily trained by AR Fox. Irish whip. And Garcia sent into the corner. Gets the boot up. Oh, man. Vicious chop. And again, working the hamstrings of Daniel Garcia. Current West Coast Pro Heavyweight Champion. Former Deadlock Pro Wrestling World Champion and Action Champion. Shot to the midsection, though, by Daniel Garcia. Of course, we've also seen Adam Priest handle the likes of Zack Sabre Jr., involved, of course, Mr. Revolver. A bit more of a freelancer of the wrestling business. Even challenged Mark Davis for the AEW National Championship. Oh, man, just took the legs out from underneath Garcia right now. Now turning it over, single leg busting crab, and Garcia going to the ropes. And immediately looking for the rope break. Of course, it's not under pure rules right now, so he can go for those as much as he wants. But this is being contested to a degree under Continental Cup rules, which means there are no seconds allowed at ringside. Again, for those that don't know right now, Nigel McGuinness and John Moxley are the only two that have qualified for the semifinals. The other two to qualify will be either Kyle Castagnoli and or Daniel Garcia or Adam Priest missed the outcome of that match, and the outcome of Orange Cassidy versus Kyle O'Reilly. And those matches, of course, will be blind draws turning into our final two this coming Wednesday on Dynamite in Glasgow, Scotland. The go-home Dynamite show to AEW All In. And right now, Daniel Garcia trapping the leg and dragon screw leg whip. Damn, that movement just sucked. And across the second rope, nonetheless. Calculated approach as Daniel Garcia smelling blood in the water. Jaw-jacking the fans at ringside. Not sure how wise that is. And right now, Garcia taking a little bit of time and a little bit of reprieve. Now in full control of Adam Priest. This is a first time ever one-on-one encounter, by the way. Just driving that leg into the steel ring post. This is now the fourth time, actually, that Daniel Garcia and Adam Priest have met each other in the ring on opposite sides, of course, as they've only been facing each other in tag team encounters. Death Riders, Daniel Garcia and Wheeler Yuta getting the better of Adam Priest and Tommy Billington back in March. And again, just hyperextending that left leg across the apron, obviously looking for that Red Death submission hold. And right now, looking to go after the right leg here. And Daniel Garcia employing, of course, his techniques that brought him to the dance. That made him a champion, of course, in Ring of Honor. And look at the legs right now. Adam Priest is trapped underneath Daniel Garcia. I say Daniel Garcia not even letting Adam Priest move. And just driving the knees down in the canvas. Again, oh man, defiance by Adam Priest, caught with a running drop kick. Cover, hook on the far leg, and gets a 2 count. Immediately goes back to that leg, though. Great transition by Daniel Garcia into the ankle lock. And Adam Priest knew where he was, though, immediately going for those ropes. And again, still applying even more pressure on that leg in the Red's 5 count. Adam Priest just trying to fight back with one good leg here, just trying to create separation. Again, Garcia, relentless attack on the left. The proverbial saying, how effective is a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest? And Daniel Garcia, again, every match, of course. Talking about how his Death Riders against the world. We just literally saw Daniel Garcia alongside Wheeler Yuta in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Or excuse me, no, we saw Wheeler Yuta alongside Gabe Kidd in New Japan Pro Wrestling. And Gabe Kidd returned home this past Wednesday. And Garcia right now just exercising his will against Adam Priest. If you haven't seen that match, by the way, with him and Alec Price, by the way, I highly encourage you to go watch that in the archives at Duel to the Death Before Dishonor, which was literally yesterday here on Honor Club. And right now, Daniel Garcia mounting Adam Priest in the corner. Just teeing off here as the Philly faithful count the 10 off. Just giving it to them. And about to say, he's not going to give them the woo, is he? Garcia, nope. He is a wrestler of his own merit and a different mentality, courtesy of being with the Death Riders. Oh, man, what a knife-edge shot. Big uppercut. And Priest, though, trying to fight back. Foot thrust, though, by Garcia. Snuffed out that rally. Daniel Garcia actually has faced Kyle Castagnoli before, by the way, in the Continental Classic. It would not be a first-time matchup. In fact, Kyle Castagnoli got the better of Daniel Garcia back in 2023. Now, truth be told, he wasn't a Death Rider back then. In fact, neither man were. But nonetheless, considering that has been their only singles encounter, I almost wonder if Kyle Castagnoli would want it to be Death Rider versus Death Rider, much like when he faced John Moxley in last year's Continental Classic. DDT! And of course, one of these men will be officially part of the quarterfinals of the Continental Cup based on the outcome of this matchup. And the match resets right now as both men look to regroup. Daniel Garcia going to the outside of the ring now on the apron. Adam Priest crawling in pursuit. It's a dangerous situation, though, and a dangerous spot to be in here. You know, for the amount of tournaments that Clark has been in, though, it's impressive how much he's been involved, but it's crazy how many he hasn't won. And Garcia right now, again, though, and a Priest now hooking the leg of Garcia. And, giving Garcia a taste of his own medicine with the dragon screw leg whip. Now both guys right now with a compromised leg. Adam Priest, though, back on the attack, looking to bring Garcia back inside the ring. Possibly looking for a superplex here. Oh, boy. And right now, high above the 2300 arena's floors, draped in dry blood, massive superplex! And holding the leg for extra impact was Adam Priest there. Crash landing for Daniel Garcia. Jeez. Adam Priest, though, again, felt very bad as well, unable to even capitalize here. It's one of those things where I think about a big high-risk move like that. How much does it take out of the person in the dominant position versus the person executing it? And the definition here with both men with one bad leg kind of proves my point. Now Adam Priest back up to his feet now. And again, grabbing the leg of Daniel Garcia. Another dragon screw leg whip. And the opposite direction that time to the right leg. Adam Priest, by the way, has never met Clark Gazillion in singles action. But the Death Riders have previously beaten Adam Priest, Jay Lethal, and Tommy Billington in trios action back last year in October. It will be a first-time ever one-on-one matchup if Adam Priest succeeds. And again, right now, hyperextending that ankle is Adam Priest. Now grabbing the leg, bringing Garcia back up. And another dragon screw leg whip. Torquing it both ways right now. That's a great way to really destroy all three ligaments inside the leg. And about to say, though, again, one aspect of a wrestler besides playing against their opponent is playing to the crowd. You wonder how much that also works in favor of them or how much it gives their opponent a chance. Swinging a miss, looking for the clothesline. Single up kick right now to the pectoral muscle. And the side. And right now just driving forward against Adam Priest. Almost a monkey flip of sorts. Oh, wow. Take it down. The rear naked choke. Well, I watch the shoulders, though. Gotta watch Daniel Garcia's shoulders. Now changing position to Katami. Apply. Cross arm breaker here. Center of the ring. Smart transitioning here by Red Death. And, of course, the arms haven't been worked on here. Oh, but the ankle has. And immediately picks that ankle of Adam Priest. That is a deep, deep, deep torquing single leg submission hold and all the body weight on the back of the head and neck of Adam Priest. But thankfully, Adam Priest able to grab the ropes for the break. Again, it's all about knowing where you are, having that unique instinct of awareness so you know when urgency strikes how to handle it. Much like we saw with Lee Moriarty against Katsuyori Shibata. But how important is it for both of these men to take a chance in the Continental Cup, let alone against John Moxley? And Daniel Garcia right now just trying to instigate his opponent, saying, you want to show me you're capable of, the cheering for you right now. And then Priest would get up to his feet. Staggering, though. Vicious knife edge chop as the sweat flies here in the 2300 arena. And Daniel Garcia, much like Marina Shafir, much like the Death Riders, trying to bring the best not only out of themselves, but the worst out of their opponents. Just teeing off against Adam Priest here in the corner, lining up the chest. Again, going back out to the leg. And now both men have grabbed each other's compromised legs. This is going to be a nasty exchange. Both men, okay, able to let go. Now going to the elbows, though. Teeing off, testing each other's wills, finding spirits on the center of honor. And Garcia right now goozling Adam Priest. Adam Priest makes the grips. Overhead palm strikes right now. Just teeing off. Garcia was looking to go on the move. One shot, I want to learn after that stutter step. And both men down. Yeah, Garcia unable to get that forward momentum going, and Adam Priest capitalizing, stutter stepping into that vicious clothesline. A hell of an effort right now being shown here. And again, the ROH faithful right now being very impressed with both men are Brian, looking for maybe, figure for a leg lock. Garcia, though, using the good leg to kick Adam Priest off. And again, oh, man. Foot plant DDT. Now trapping the legs, figure for a leg lock applied on Daniel Garcia. And Garcia now arriving in pain. How long can Garcia endure this? Gotta watch the shoulders there. Bryce Remsburg for position. And again, fight or flight right now for the Death Riders. Adam Priest might be seconds away from punching his way forward in this unique opportunity, much like how Maya World took advantage of the opportunity presented to her in the Owen Invitation Tournament. And Garcia able to reverse the pressure, though, as the patellas of Adam Priest are his worst enemy. But Adam Priest, once again, able to reverse the pressure back. And Priest has the figure 4 leg lock locked in. Now Daniel Garcia has the figure 4 leg lock locked in with Adam Priest's own legs. Whoa, watch the shoulders. And again, look at the leverage that Garcia is trying to add, pressing up on the canvas. And again, both these men right now just rolling back and forth, back and forth. Neither man finally looking for the break inside the ropes. Still trapped in the exchange here. Oh, wait a minute. Garcia right now is saying that he'll take him down. Oh, man. Drives him down to the canvas on the floors of those mats, and somehow the Priest able to maintain the hold. And these two men are still rolling away in the figure 4 leg lock up the entranceway. Neither man refusing to let go of this hold, and Anna Priest right now in the better position. I'm not sure necessarily if either man has full control here, but no one's going to win this on the outside, and Bryce Rensburg gets a freaking 10 count. What happens then? Does Claudio Castagnoli get a bye? And Bryce right now up to 7 as both men just realize what Bryce's counts up to as they hobble their way to the ring. Up to 8. Oh, and a Priest pushes the Reese up to 9. And we're up to 9 right now, and the Priest needs the cross side and breaks the count at 9.5. Priest is in, Garcia's in. This match continues. How about a scramble? Seriously. Of course, the 10 count, of course, here in AEW versus ROH, was the 20 count on the outside of the ring. And Daniel Garcia thought he had it there, pushing Adam Priest into still ring steps, but Adam Priest able to get his bearings and get inside. Both men right now just staggering forward here. Oh, wait a minute. Adam Priest and Daniel Garcia, what are these two men thinking now? Again, the Continental Cup chance hanging in the balance here, and both these men attacking each other's Kama's legs, kick to the knees, kick to the hamstrings here. Something's got to give. This almost sounds like Kota Ibushi versus Taiji. And Adam Priest finally taken down to the canvas on his knees by Daniel Garcia. Relentless assault by Red Death. And Garcia, I feel like Garcia's in more trouble than Adam Priest. Oh, what a chop to that leg. Poison up, power driver! I'm not sure he got all of it, though. Hook of the leg, hook of the arm, tap! No! Well, wait a minute, staying with it, though. Locking in, single leg crab. That half crab applied, center of the ring. And look at the grit on Daniel Garcia's face right now. Again, sense of urgency fully in play, center of the ring, all the pressure on that leg. I sometimes think a single leg crab is worse than a double leg crab. Trying to avert the pressure, trying to get to the ropes, trying to force relief. And again, Adam Priest sits in on it, though. Great lateral movement, though. Daniel Garcia would escape. Drop down and catches the knee of Priest, and Priest unfortunately stutter steps off that drop down by Garcia. And Priest unable to stop himself, by the way, on that trip up. And right now, Daniel Garcia with the hammering anvil elbows to Adam Priest, wearing down his opponent. And by the way, Adam Priest might be out here. Adam Priest, though, trying to trap the arm. And it's Priest right now who somehow hooks the head of Garcia. And Snapmare, escape, side headlock. Both these men, giant position once again, trying to trap each other's legs. Arm drag takeover. And again, right now, relentless assault by Daniel Garcia now driving his elbow into the compromised leg of Adam Priest. This is crazy. Could be a rest stoppage here, of course, if neither man can defend themselves. Now stepping over. And the Dragon's Hammer applied. And again, look at the way that Garcia positioned himself, by the way. Still, though, in a world of pain, trying to keep the pressure on the one good leg. And now printing forward here now, Priest with no choice but to tap. Daniel Garcia wins. And Daniel Garcia will now face Claudio Castagnoli in the quarterfinals of the Continental Cup. I am not sure, though, what sort of state Daniel Garcia is going to be in, especially if Claudio Castagnoli exploits that left leg. Either way, we will see Claudio Castagnoli and Daniel Garcia second time ever in singles action. First time ever as Death Riders. With Glasgow, Scotland hanging in the balance. What a fight, though. Good grief. That was downright dirty, methodical, and gritty. Much as what I would expect here from Philadelphia. You see Garcia right now trying to take that boot off there. Relieve some of the pressure, maybe. Definitely going to have to get checked by Doc Sampson. Adam Priest, though, commendable effort. still crawling his way just to get up to his feet. I feel like, honestly, Adam Priest, it was like one-upsmanship or one-upsmanship of dissection. Adam Priest really echoed a lot of Daniel Garcia's playbook. That was a very 50-50 bout. Well fought, Adam Priest, as he hobbles his way. And, of course, the Ring of Honor faithful here applauding both men's efforts in what was a clean, commendable matchup. Again, folks, now we know tomorrow night in Reading, Pennsylvania, Claudio Castagnoli goes one-on-one with Daniel Garcia, and we know that Orange Cassidy will go one-on-one with Kyle O'Reilly. Though 2 of those 4 men will round out the final 4 for the blind draw in Glasgow, Scotland. And, of course, we'll talk more about that following the results, of course, ahead of All In next week as we go All In next weekend. And, of course, we still have so much more to come tonight. We got a fight without honor. We got the Women's Ring of Honor World Championship and, of course, the Men's Ring of Honor World Championship as the Before Dishonor continues here for the 2300 Arena. As we go backstage with Shane Taylor Promotions and the victorious Lee Moriarty. And, of course, right now, encouraging the longest reign Ring of Honor for champion in history, Lee Moriarty. Yeah, right now, again, there's urgency here. Every generation has the great fighter. Ali, Tyson, Evander Holyfield. I have endorsement here right now. Speaking of business. This is rather Hurst syndicate. Well, I mean, you gotta have a lot of money, Shane. About to say, you saw how quick that meter ran. Yeah, Imagery doesn't know much about technical wrestling, clearly. Apparently, Shane Taylor thinks the Hurt Syndicate and STP all together, and with them being together, they are unstoppable. Rumble, Batman, Rumble. Clearly, Shane Taylor Promotions still has more golden ambitions in their future. I'm sure they're going to be popping the champagne tonight after Lee Moriarty's victory. That being said, hopefully they avoid the rain. The rain! The rain! As we go to something that is going to be anything but honorable as the fallout from the crew reaches its final chapter. Blackheart Lio Rush defends the Ring of Honor World Championship against Action Andretti. This is going to get crazy. He remembers the mistakes. He's made many. The rain. It exposes it all. So now you must be punished. Well, let me go ahead and try and speak like a normal person, shall we? For those that don't know, these two used to be part of a tag team called The Crew. And at some point, Lio Rush decided to fall to his own darkness as the rain exposed apparently the mistakes that he made. He being I being Lio Rush. Lio Rush, of course, gained the Ring of Honor World Television Championship, actually not at Supercard of Honor, thanks to Action Andretti's interference, but a triple threat at the expense of AR Fox and Action Andretti at Global Wars Cincinnati. As Action Andretti says, the crew is through. Action Andretti is hell-bent on getting this Ring of Honor World Television Championship, instigating Lio Rush and trying to even cost this man the title, let alone seize it as his own possession. We just saw, of course, last night at Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor, how much Lio Rush and Action Andretti can't wait to get their hands on each other. And in a fight without honor, the most dangerous match in Ring of Honor, Lio Rush is willing to will barbed wire. So now we're going to take Action to the extreme in Philadelphia for the Ring of Honor World Television title. Oh boy. Fight without honor, the most dangerous match in Ring of Honor. And usually there's a reason why there's only one per year. Let's see if Action Andretti actually takes action tonight and seizes this title for the first time. We've also, of course, seen Action Andretti get involved in the business of AR Fox. AR Fox, with mutual respect, of course, for Lio Rush. And right now, Action Andretti is coming off a great singles winning streak 5 of his last 6 matches. This man, of course, no stranger to, of course, that area. Also, of course, used to work out of Maryland Championship Wrestling. Action Andretti, of course, looking to become the sight to see and the new sight to be the face of ROH TV. And of course, Action Andretti and Leo Rush, for the better part, trusted each other, relied on one another when they formed the crew back last year, I believe. Well, near the depth of Rampage, actually, when they decided to part ways from Layla Gray and Top Flight. Of course, we, saw the tensions really mount at Supercard of Honor when, of course, he cost Leo Rush that night the chance to win the Ring of Honor Television Championship against AR Fox. Yeah, boy. We've got both men here apparently guilty of their own sins against one another. And right now, we wait for the champion to make his way inside the arena. What the hell? Oh boy. And Leo Rush bringing the plunder. Is that a shovel? I guess he wants to make sure that he buries him underneath the rain. Sporting a barbed wire umbrella hat, our current Ring of Honor World Television Champion, Leo Rush. This is beyond bizarre. This unique character dynamic, this metamorphosis of Leo Rush that has led to so much success and opportunity across the wrestling business. I don't know how Denise Salcedo interviewed this guy, I'm being perfectly honest. AR Fox and Leo Rush coming up a recent tag team win against Action Andretti and Cook via disqualification that instigated this even further into a fight without honor. Of course, Leo Rush now the current reigning and defending Ring of Honor World Television Champion. And might I add, he is also the brand new House of Glory Cruiserweight Champion. I feel like for some reason this favors Leo Rush more than Action Andretti. Call it an inkling. This will actually be, by the way, his 5th defense already of the Ring of Honor World Television Championship after outlasting Lee Johnson, 23 Hazard, Oro, and El Clone in Grand Slam Mexico. Leo Rush right now is the current 37th Ring of Honor World Television Champion in Ring of Honor history. Of course, going all the way against Eddie Edwards back in 2010, following legacies of Roderick Strong, Tommaso Ciampa, Jeff Cobb, and Nora Suzuki, The Machine, Brian Cage, Nick Wayne. Of course, the Prodigy will be challenging for the Ring of Honor World Championship. I imagine our main event, and of course, last champion, AR Fox. Ready for this contest, Paul Turner. Boy, did he have his work cut out for him. Same body that used to be the man of the hour is this metamorphosis with that pure black Ring of Honor World Television title underneath the rain. It's a different shadow that Leo Rush looms over Ring of Honor holding this championship. Oh boy. Yeah, about to say Leo Rush and Action Andretti right now. The fallout these two men have gone to. Bell rings are underway for this contest. For a man like Action Andretti, who has worked so closely with Leo Rush, you wonder if he would have a better chance under a one-on-one circumstance for this title. Of course, Leo Rush, Action Andretti, they actually go all the way back before AEW and ROH in Maryland Championship Wrestling for the Rage Television Championship back in 2021. Big right hand, though, by Action Andretti. Clocking Leo Rush. I'm not sure if that actually did anything. And believe it or not, folks, this is their first ever one-on-one matchup in AEW and ROH. Prior to this, it's been nothing but tag team matches. And right now, the elusiveness and the speed right now of Leo Rush playing in favor. Action Andretti, though, trying to keep up with Leo Rush. And again, Leo and Action Andretti right now so eye-to-eye, dead even with one another. Stalemate there they're going. These two know each other so damn well since being partners as a tag team or under some capacity together since the latter part of 2024. Of course, the first time they actually faced each other in AEW, was for a TNT title qualifying match at Forbidden Door. And Lio Rush did get the better of Action Andretti. In fact, Lio Rush has gotten the better of Action Andretti in their only ever other 2 singles encounters. Huh? Now, what is Lio Rush looking for here underneath the ring? I mean, again, brought a whole cart of stuff up to the entranceway. Then Leo right now might need to go to these extremes here. And actually, oh man! Actually, Andretti, though, not letting Lio Rush go after what the hell he was looking for. Yeah, definitely is a unique dynamic, but it pays dividends. I mean, again, when you literally invest in yourself, take a chance on yourself, and the company actually lets you try and do that, hopefully they'll do it a lot of Mercuria, you'd be surprised what can happen. And right now, actually, Andretti taking Lio Rush around corner to corner, much like Bruce to the barricades. The rain! He knows! Bloody hell. And right now, actually, Andretti wants everything that Lio Rush has taken from him inadvertently. Is that a crowbar? Oh, it's a broom. All right. That's like a steel rod broom right now, looks like. There's still broom handle being tug of war with Lio Rush and Action Andretti. And, oh, face first goes Lio Rush into the ring post. Oh, man. Swinging for the fences in Lio Rush's midsection. And over the back, walling and benching that steel broom post across Lio Rush's spine. And right now, Lio Rush crawling on his hands and knees, trying to escape. I'm not sure if he's trying to escape Action Andretti or trying to escape himself. I can't imagine what's going on in Lio Rush's mind right now. It's a bigger enigma than Randy Orton's, personally, I believe. And Action Andretti right now just stalking Lio Rush around ringside. Lio grabbing the handle, though. Shot the midsection now. Oh, jeez! And now Lio Rush bending that handle the other way across Action Andretti's spine. Point of the handle to Action Andretti's midsection like a freaking pool cue. Oh, jeez! Man, that handle's been warped with 2-man spines, and we haven't even gotten 5 minutes into this fight without honor. The audience right now encouraging the rest to use the shovel. Uh-oh. And wait a minute, Lio Rush swinging a miss with the handle. Schoolboy roll up, Action Andretti gets a 2 count. And again, swinging a miss. Went for the legs. Caught with a kick, excuse me. Oh, man, crown with a DDT. That's our press. Nice counter by Action Andretti. Gets a 2 count. Yeesh. It feels like Action Andretti, unlike a lot of opponents I've seen, is currently not impressed, unfazed, or fearful, or disturbed by Lio Rush's metamorphosis. Of course, we recently saw Lio Rush work alongside the Rascals and get a win, not with a top rope move, but with a freaking Muda lock. In fact, Lio Rush has been using that Muda lock more recently in his matches towards victory. Of course, you know, as long as you tag with somebody, you share so much more than just ring time. You learn so much about each other. Cover, hook in the near leg, back press, and a 2 count. You learn about each other's weaknesses. You share each other's vulnerabilities. You tell one another's stories. And Andretti right now working the head and neck of Lio Rush here. And I can only imagine right now that Lio Rush may have exposed a vulnerability that Action Andretti might be looking to further exploit here. And Action Andretti right now crawling around the ring. And Andretti right now looking for... Oh! What the hell? Is that a dustpan with a handle? That handle, I think, clocked him in the head. And a broom now. And again, just free-throwing these household items for cleaning across the Lio Rush's head. Oh, what the hell? The 2x4, it looks like. I don't remember the last time I saw a broom, by the way, using the 2300 arena, but considering how many tacks and glass have probably been shattered there, they probably need it. It looks like Action Andretti is not going to use a table, though. Meanwhile, Lio Rush, handspring kick, able to take Action Andretti down. And now all the weapons inside the ring, and... Oh! Trying to clean up Action Andretti with the dustpan. Just dusting him to the skull. What the hell? Is that a plastic umbrella? Well, Leo Rush did say that he was going to stop the rain. And right now, look at him throw down on Action Andretti. Look at Mary Poppins run off the apron. I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure Leo Rush has seen Mary Poppins at least once or twice. Then again, who hasn't? It's a classic. Mary Poppins chants raining out loud and proud by the Ring of Honor faithful or the Disney enthusiast. Jeff motherfucking Mitchell will be proud of that. Someone tag Jeff and let him know that Mary Poppins is trending over in Ring of Honor. Oh my gosh, what the hell? Oh my god, that's a turnbuckle! It's really finishing an Action Andretti with it! Damn. Paul Turner has the discretion to stop this match, by the way. If either man is unable to defend themselves, that is how far a fight without honor can go, by the way. Now, Leo Rush here increasing the danger, bringing out a table. Yeah, about to say, talk about calling some freaking oral exam of a whole different design. And right now, setting up that table up against the timekeeper's area in the corner against the barricades. ECW chants being out loud and proud for the first time tonight. I knew this would be the first match to go to the extreme. About to say, oh! Big super kick to Action Andretti, clocking Leo Rush. And now Action Andretti hoisting up Leo Rush. And what the hell is he looking for here? Looking to power forward, maybe steamroll him through the table. And Leo Rush able to escape, pushing Action Andretti forward into the table. And whoa! Spirit Action Andretti through the table into the barricades. Full throttle goes Leo Rush. And it looks like Andretti was trying to capitalize on that setup and almost unable to. Now brought towards center. Cover. Hooking the far leg to retain. It's a 2 count. Table, 2x4, broom, dustpan, umbrella. Again, has definitely taken a different pace here, driving forward for Action Andretti through that table. And first cover of this matchup, by the way, made by Leo Rush. And right now the fans are literally chanting, use the shovel. And it looks like Leo Rush is looking to use that shovel to bury Action Andretti and the crew's pass once and for all. And now going back underneath the ring and pulling in some trash can lids. Bringing in all the plunder here. And I'm pretty sure that Leo Rush preloaded the ring prior to the doors opening. Now driving that shovel into the throat of Action Andretti. Trying to become a gravekeeper here. And about Action Andretti right now barely breathing after that. Hoisted up, pies for the pile driver. Able to escape. Rings the arm. Pump handle underneath. Hooking up. Leo Rush. And Leo Rush able to escape. Pushes Action Andretti off. And, oh man, hello! That trash can lid refrown into Action Andretti's face. Banging on trash can, shout out to Doug from my early days as a Nickelodeon kid. Yeah, about to say, apparently these trash can lids, these shovels, these dustpans, and brooms are not enough as Leo Rush once again goes around the ring. Now bringing out a steel chair. Leo chance being out here. And again, 2 steel chairs brought out, and the ring is just filled with plunder. Oh, gosh! Just free-throwing these chairs in Action Andretti's head. Oh, wait a minute. Wow, look at the chair. Oh! How the hell that happened as the chair was purposely perched across the bottom and second rope across Action Andretti's head? Like a simple set up for freaking Leo Rush. Now stepping forward with a clothesline, though. It's Action Andretti, who may have just woken up from that move. And right now, Andretti looking to hook up Leo Rush again. Pump, handle. Oh! Dang it all of it, though. Got the shoulder, the cover. Hold the shoulder. And 2 counts. If he would have cut Leo Rush more with that chair probably across the back, he probably would have won the Ring of Honor One Time in the Championship. And, oh, man, Death Eye driver. And that chair warped Leo Rush's back. Cover hook on the far leg side, Princess and drink. It's a 2 count here. At bottom line, the body does not win against steel. Bone is not stronger than metal, unless you're Wolverine. And crowd chants right now saying you suck to Action Andretti here. And just nothing but pure visceral right now for this sight that no one wants to see. Actually, Andretti now just mounting Leo Rush. He's teeing off against the Brave Art Television champion. Trying to flatline this Blackheart. Oh, jeez. Just curving him with a trash can laid across the spine. That chair has seen more work here tonight than any other weapon here so far in the 2300 arena. Now trying to put that warp chair into the corner. Oh, well, that just is some jagged edges right now. That's going to be someone's unfortunate meeting. Andretti, the Irish whip! Whoa, man! Good God! You hit the chair, and the chair freaking crowned him on the head and drove him to the outside of the ring. That was a nasty collision right there. I'll turn to check him right now and Leo Rush, see if it can continue. Thankfully, Leo Rush landed flat. He didn't land on his head, but that chair driving forward here right now. And again, right now, Action Andretti doesn't give a damn what the people think. Don't instigate that. I don't need Disney influencing wrestling. I'm just saying. And right now, Action Andretti just scouting Leo Rush on the outside. And oh! And Leo Rush is bleeding, and he's not bleeding black, folks. He's bleeding red. Black can crack, even a black heart, as that freaking trash can lid also further exaggerated that wound. And now actually Andrea just teeing off against that open wound against Leo Rush here. And Leo Rush is a fucking mess. That freaking jagged edge of that steel chair stabbing Leo Rush in the head, and that trash can lid free thrown into Leo Rush's face with no defense. Now breaking the eyes of Action Andretti. And Leo Rush finishing up action. Oh, jeez. Backdrop suplex on the apron. Oh, the trash can across the chest. I'm about to say, if Leo Rush wasn't dangerous before, he might even be more dangerous now, seeing his own blood. And right now, another table. Oh, a black table? That had to be a Leo Rush freaking instrument of destruction brought forward. Brought underneath the 2300 arena. We've got a black table. I don't think I've ever seen a black table, honestly. At least not in wrestling. It's one of those things, though, that so many people have seen their own blood in the 2300 arena and have left it on the canvases of this holy ground of extreme underneath those thin layers of padding that only makes a man even more dangerous versus fearful of their own well-being. Just encouraging more violence here right now. And Action Andretti literally Leo Rush actually grabbing Action Andretti from one side of the other across the apron, luring him closer towards that black table, looking for his own black on Action Andretti, though, hoisting up Leo Rush with the shoulders. Leo Rush able to escape, though. Don't know. And oh! That cutter, that stunner of sorts caught across the second rope, across Action Andretti's throat. And right now, Leo Rush, like a beast prowling in the night, up and around the ring. A little face to the scene at Action Andretti, like a dart. Bullseye, life and limb be damn. And showed her first into Action Andretti goes Leo Rush, now bringing Action back inside the ring. And what is Leo Rush looking for now? And what the hell is that? What is that? What's in the box? That's not a toolbox. And a black bag. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure I know what's in that. And a black chain. What the hell? Leo Rush right now suspending a chain across the top rope. Actually, Andrea, though, trying to take advantage here. Got a tug of war. Oh, man. And throat first goes Action Andretti into the top rope as Leo Rush got the bear of that tug of war with that black chain. Now, Leo Rush clearly had a game plan for all these black weapons. I kid you not, folks. These weapons are all colored black. What the hell is he doing now? What the? Is that a door? I mean, you know, I've seen doors broken through before. Oh, man. Leg drop with a trash can lid to the back of Action Andretti. So we got black weapons and a red door. I'm about to say, I haven't seen many houses, though, with a red door, though. I'm just saying. A shout out to, of course, the late, great Sabu and many other great extremists of ECW. And Leo Rush. Oh, my gosh! That shattered, broken black glass! And actually, Andretti right now for the first time fearing for his life, and Leo Rush, no, trying to drag Andretti's face down into the glass. Oh man, I'm taking a sharp carve in the head of Action Andretti. It's like having a knife to your hand. Crouch hand, you sick fucking, I agree. Now literally grabbing the glass with his bare hands and putting it back in that bag. What the fuck is this man doing? No, he's got a broom now. And he's using that long broom, wide broom, to sweep the glass up. I'm about to say, Leo Rush distracted by the black glass. That is a freaking symbol of his shattered psyche. Good grief. Yeah, I still don't know what's in the fucking box either. Face first goes Action Andretti into that black table. And the black table now decked out in red blood with these black smears. And right now we are headbanging more than Nirvana here. We're not even in Seattle. And Action Andretti now busted wide open. This is like a horror movie brought to life. And oh, dear God. Black wrapped barbed wire chair with black barbed wire. Oh, gosh. Andretti is in a world of torture. Pure black torture. As dark as night, or as dark as the black heart of Leo Rush. And right now, Leo Rush looking to risk it all. Going up to the sky. Wait a minute, actually, Andretti, though. Oh, hello! Free from that barbed wire chair into Leo Rush. And that could have caught the eye of Leo Rush. That's a good way to freaking take an eye out. And right now, Action Andretti trying to follow through up with the fireman's carry. Leo Rush, though, breaking the eyes of Action Andretti. Combination offense with the elbow. Now Leo Rush on the move and Action. Catching him with a rolling elbow. Leo Rush rolling in, though. Catch the big boot. And again, Leo Rush. Bang! Rising knee. Finally stops the champion dead in his tracks. Inside right now. Oh! T-bone collision with a trash can lid. And right now, Leo. Oh, man. With a trash can lid in front of the skull. And look for the rush hour. Bottom rope springboard. Stunner. Roll through. Went for another. Rising knee. Super kick. Combination offense by Action Andretti. Hooking up Leo Rush. Looking for the brain buster. Able to skip out the back door. Waist lock applied. And now it's Leo. Sleeper hair applied. Oh, pushed off. Thrown off into the corner. Excuse me. A moonsault. Was looking for maybe a moonsault cutter. And able to catch him. I don't know where to come out of the ring. The cutter. And the deadlock. And the black lock applied. The Muda lock set out of the ring. The deep cut. The last laceration on the crew. Pasta said, wait a minute. What the fuck? The lights went out. I can't see anything. What just happened? I can't see anything now. There's no lights in Trey Hunter Arena. It's black as night. Blacker than night. What the fuck happened? Oh, shit, that's Hook! Hook is here! What the hell's Hook doing here? And that's Andretti. He's gone. About to say, I don't know, he's trying to recruit him to the ops. Uh-oh. And T-bone suplex to Leo Rush. Where the fuck's Action Andretti? What the fuck just happened? Oh, this is nuts. Well, again, there's no complications that fight without honor because there's no restrictions. I'm about to say, this is a wild match, one-on-one down the gate, and now the red rump being applied here. Snapmare, though, able to get Hook off, and Hook driven off for the door in the corner. Hook through the red door. And Leo Rush right now in a handicap. The Action Andretti somehow back on the fray. Now up in the fireman's carry goes the champion. And Leo Rush able to escape. Swing and a miss. Waist lock. Hoisted up. And Black Thunder Bomb. Cover. 2. No. Damn. Yeah, again, look at that freaking face of a cycle. Yeah, about to say, well, where the hell did Hook come from, though, is what I still want to know. And right now, I guess we'll find out what's inside that small black box. Box chants raining out here. You heard me right in the 2300 arena. And about to say, what the hell is inside there? No, wait, who? Who's that? That's Anthony Bowens! Anthony Bowens on the ops! Trying to grab that black box. And now Hook got the red rum in. Red rum applied. It's fucking crazy. When the hell did actually Andretti get help from the ops? And Leo Rush's black heart might go to sleep. Rush trying to fight out for his own freaking namesake. This has been nothing but a crazy ass battle. We still got a black table at ringside, by the way. And right now, again, Hook with the hooks on Leo Rush, just wearing down the Ring of Honor television champion. Yeah, Leo's just trying to fight back here. And Bazay, we know there's glass still inside that bag, and now the black shards of glass being doused across that black table, and Leo Rush laid out across it. And wait a minute, Action Andretti right now being encouraged, springboard, 450! Good fucking Lord! Action Andretti just crushed Leo Rush that 450 through the black table, studded with black shards of glass. And now Bowens and the Hook are sending Action Andretti back inside the ring. At this point, it's just a matter of a 3 count here. Just shoot the half and cover the man. The fucking fix apparently was in. Emerging ringside, drapes the arm. Oh my gosh! Oh, they won! What the hell? Unfucking real resuscitation by the Blackheart. Who the hell gave him a defibrillator? And the crowd going crazy and they're on their feet. And Leo Rush staring down Action Andretti once again. The ops are beside themselves at ringside. Bowens with a steel chair wielded in hand. And right now, Action Andretti and Leo Rush are still doing it amongst each other. Now Bowens now on the ropes, bracing a chair in that corner. Irish whip. Oh, damn! High angle, back of the head first into the remnants of that broken red door. Oh, no. Head first goes Leo Rush, who slides out of the way. And Action Andretti, woo, just dodging collision. Leo Rush still on the run. And oh, no! Face first to that barbed wire steel chair. Up in the fireman's carry. Oh! Lights, camera, action, that's a wrap! Action Andretti wins! And there definitely was no honor in that fight. Fucking team effort, impromptu. Action Andretti is the new Ring of Honor television champion. Face the ops! I don't know what this relationship really means right now. A definition of no honor being defined by Action Andretti tonight more than ever. Again, it was a 3-against-1 handicap affair, but again, there were no rules, so there's not much you could say outside of that. I mean, again, if it wasn't for the ops, I think Leo Rush had the match won, and I still don't know what's in that black box. I guess we'll never know. Action Andretti is going to look at the man in the mirror and not give a damn what he thinks of him. At the end of the day, he is the new Ring of Honor World Television Champion. Sheesh. Well, at the end of the day, Action Andretti got what he wanted. Leo Rush still trying to figure out, I think, what the Reign is trying to tell him. And I don't know whether or not this means that Action Andretti is actually part of the ops, but again, never lacking, apparently. Andretti and the ops standing tall in the entranceway. As a what? Why is Leo Rush so fixated on that black box? As a Rush right now is, I don't even know what Rush is thinking right now. And whatever it may be inside that box. Is that a black heart? That's a... Okay. Well, I mean, again, Leo Rush's heart is still beating, but I guess it's still black as night. And you're going to perfuse liquid. Okay. Hey. That black goo coming out of Leo Rush from the ventricles of that black heart. Crowd still chanting for Leo. And we may not understand necessarily what that means and what Leo Rush may desire, it seems, but Leo Rush has definitely proved his merit as a champion and more so as a competitor in the highest degree of extreme. Sabu be honored. Jeez. Well, definition of polar opposites, the yin and the yang, following that pure bout with Daniel Garcia and Adam Priest, and that anything but pure definition of toxic, more than the definition of the word, with Leo Rush and Andretti, thanks to the opposite interference. Anyway, as we take a break to clean up here, I just want to remind you again, the Continental Cup continues tomorrow night on Collision. Kyle O'Reilly goes one-on-one with First Degree Orange Cassidy, and as we saw earlier, Daniel Garcia will go one-on-one, bloody hell, with Claudio Castagnoli, and of course, the winner of those two matches will join John Monty and Switchblade Jay White in the blind draws for Glasgow, Scotland next week on Dynamite to determine the finalists for All In for the Continental Cup. Also tomorrow night on Collision, Willow Nightingale will fulfill her promise to Maya World, who is now the TBS champion, still TBS champion, by the way, and defend the AW Women's World Championship against the It Girl. Smile anyways and see if this affects our all-in picture where the CEO awaits the winner. And speaking of champions, still to come here tonight, of course, the Ring of Honor World Championship is on the line as the most wanted Bandido defends against the prodigy Nick Wayne for the first time ever. Their second ever singles encounter. Third longest reign and second most combined number of days as Ring of Honor World Champion since winning this title back last year in April against Chris Jericho at Dynasty. But of course, Nick Wayne has made its own legacy of history. Former participant, of course, in the Best of Super Juniors, youngest ever Ring of Honor champion as youngest ever Ring of Honor World Television champion, and now looks to become, once again, a historic man, becoming the youngest ever Ring of Honor World Champion, saying that Ring of Honor doesn't need the most wanted, it needs the prodigy. Looking to follow the legacy set by the likes of Samoa Joe and Nigel McGuinness, looking to add his name to that repertoire. And apparently, according to Nick Wayne, honor doesn't win you championships, talent does. The opportunist versus the standard. And of course, Bandido also 1/3 of the AEW World Trios Champions. Oh boy. This is going to be a good match right here. Of course, Bandido already coming off a successful defense this year at Supercard of Honor against the likes of Blake Christian and outlasting Survival of the Fittest last year at Final Battle with wins over the likes of Konosuke Takeshita, Hechicero, Mascara Dorada, just to name a few in his illustrious career. Our semi-main event's up next. History beckons for the one that wishes to seize it tonight at Death Before Dishonor. We've already seen, again, titles change hands, but it is now time for our semi-main events. Let's see if Nick Wayne once again turns the page. Looking to make history here tonight. Nick Wayne, 21 years of age, trained by the late, great Buddy Rain, and of course, encouraged by the likes of Darby Allin and A.R. Fox, 8 years involved in this game. Could tonight be Nick Wayne's night? Former Ring of Honor Television Champion again for 387 days. Former Defy Champion, GCW Tag Team Champion, and of course, AEW World Trios Champion. Coming off a win against one of his closest friends, closest influences in this business, Jordan Oliver, just last night on Ring of Honor. I'll say this future for this young man has already been brewing very high ever since the influences of Christian Cage. And of course, going to business for himself. No Mama Wayne here, by the way, tonight. third generation wrestler, of course, from the Pacific Northwest. As we await the most wanted and one of the greatest Ring of Honor World Champions of all time. And we'll see if Bandido once again draws the final shot needed. The hero versus the villain. Who's a fan that's literally all over the world in multiple countries. Bandido now has been the Ring of Honor World Champion, folks, for 502 days. Tonight will mark an incredible, historic run of defenses. Number 16. He's outlasted at WXW, one called Manners. He's outlasted Adam Priest, Katsure Shibata, Valador Jr. in CMLL, Mascara Dorada, Hechicero, Konosuke, Takeshita. And of course, Dralistico, and like I said, the only ever man to survive survival of the fittest with the Ring of Honor World title on the line. With an average friggin' match span close to upwards of 20 some odd minutes, by the way. Of course, it was last year at Dishonor. I called that incredible match with my brother, Walter, subscribe today, Rage of Wrestling, as he was able to outlast the Mad Alchemist, Hechicero, 36 minutes of pure body manipulation and dissection. There's no telling what Nick Wayne's going to do tonight, though, against Ring of Honor's hero. And how fitting, by the way, these color schemes, red versus blue, a hero versus a villain, the most wanted versus the prodigy. The present versus the future. Let's go down to Bobby Cruz to introduce this incredible, historic semi-main event. Take it away, Bobby. Oh, boy. 60-minute time, of course. And the title can change hands on the outside via a 20 count. Going to be the heartbreaker tonight. Oh, boy. Nick Wayne, again, the youngest ever men's singles champion in Ring of Honor history with that Ring of Honor World Television Championship at the expense of Commander. Bandido, by the way, folks, is 31 years of age, has been involved in this business for 15 years and trained by the likes of Ultimo Guerrero. Many people have deemed this man the greatest luchador going today, including Nick Ferrantes. This is going to be so fucking good. Bandido with a ringing endorsement by the 2300 Arena. Staring down the long barrel of another formidable opponent. Bandido and Nick Wayne have only met each other one other time in the illustrious careers prior to Ring of Honor in 2022 at GCW Maniac 2022. And Bandido won that night against a very young, underprepared prodigy, Nick Wayne. And it only took 12 minutes for the Most Wanted to win that night. But of course, the time that Bandido has spent representing Ring of Honor and the growth that Nick Wayne has come through AEW spans the years since that only ever other encounter. As we look towards, again, Ring of Honor prospering under Bandido, who has restored the prestige of the Ring of Honor World Championship, unlike a lot of people in recent memory. Bandido, by the way, is the 42nd Ring of Honor World Champion in this title's legacy, going all the way back to Low-Key, who held it in 2002, following legacies of Homicide, Bryan Danielson, Samoa Joe, CM Punk, Tyler Black, Kevin Steen, Eddie Edwards, Adam Cole, baby, former three-time Ring of Honor World Champion, Jay Lethal, John Gresham, Claudio Castagnoli, and even Eddie Kingston and Mark Briscoe. We'll see if the Code of Honor here is adhered to by both champion and challenger. Bit of a slap in the back of the hand there. That's about as much you're going to get. The bell rings. We are underway for the semi-main event. Referee Stephon Smith for this contest. Only thing the prodigy has in mind is leaving with the gold here tonight. And we'll see how much of an influence Christian Cage and other greats of ROH, for that matter, might persevere into Nick Wayne's game plan here. Right now. Oop. A little bit of a fake out there as Nick Wayne looking to get inside the head of the champion, drawing his gun forward. And it proves that, again, how much Nick Wayne has followed Bandido in his evolution as the Ring of Honor world title holder. Condable tie up here right now, and the mindset that Nick Wayne has really changed through, especially over the last couple of years, branching away from Christian Cage, but heavily influenced by, of course, the Patriarch, freaking fodder of the year, of course, in some people's eyes. Clear as day, of course, Nick Wayne called his shot against Bandido that I look to challenge you and become the youngest ever Ring of Honor World Champion. Another fake out there and a false break. Now pulling both guns forward against Bandido, trying to get inside the head of the champion. Side headlock now by Bandido. Bandido, again, has had an incredible 2026 in and out of ROH and AEW. Previous challenger, the AEW World Championship. Participant, of course, in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. And now 1/3 of the AEW Trios champions, alongside him and Adam Page and Big Bad Brody King. Of course, Bandido, former AEW Tag Team champions. And it was around this time, actually, that Bandido shocked the world in London and won those AEW Tag Team titles at the expense of FTR. Able to hold on the wrist, able to roll through, duck underneath, tip up though. Deep arm drag takeover by Bandido to Nick Wayne. Both these men right now picking up speed, trying to grab a limb. Able to spring through. Good agility here, so far. The side step, hand spring, moonsault, able to sweep the leg, denied. Side step, Nick Wayne off the ropes, pop up, off the shoulders, moonsault stand. Wow! Went for the big boot, went for the high kick, duck underneath, bang! Whoa! A hell of a fast and furious exchange with Bandido drawing right now in the final bit. And Nick Wayne caught off guard there for a split second. Whew. Most wanted looking into the eyes of the young challenger that stands before him as you see the Ring of Honor banners adorn across the 2400 arena in this field of combat. And about to say, Nick Wayne does not need to be instigating the audience or mogging his opponent. Not this early. Oof, nervous chop. And you think about, again, what Bandido has done in this run alone. 503 days. Think about that. Very few, literally, longest top 3. Very few men, a top echelon in Ring of Honor history, have held the title for more days than that. The only ones that have done that is Samoa Joe. Wow! Dope Suicida all the way back in 2003 to 2004 for 645 days. And, of course, Nigel McGuinness is the follow-up to that at 545 days. Bandido just underneath those two men as long as reigning Ring of Honor World Champions. What a flying Tope Suicida taking Nick Wayne further up the entranceway. And, of course, Bandido, a calculated man of his own freaking risk, only takes those chances when he knows that he can. Now, Bandido, of course, like I said, has now held the Ring of Honor World Championship for 503 days this run and a combined number of, 655 days, though. Nice scouting there by Nick Wayne, taking advantage of the most wanted's all momentum against him. Now Bandido crawling on his knees and hands on the outside as Nick Wayne stalks the champion. And bringing him back up to his feet. Oh, open palm. Open hand strike. Bandido, Nick Wayne, eye to eye. Another open palm strike, taking Nick Wayne down to his knees. Of course, we recently saw Nick Wayne try to become the number 2 entrant in the Casino Gauntlet match at AWL in against MJF and Speedball Mike Bailey, driving Bandido back first in the barricade. Pop up, and oh no! Messy landing for Nick Wayne, popped up shoulder first and jaw first into that barricade. Pound for pound, I would still argue that Bandido is one of the top 3 best wrestlers in the world right now. Looking to call his shot, charging forward. Oh, man, sidestepped into the barricades at ringside. And the results speak for themselves, as well as the opportunities presented to him when it comes to Bandido's calendar year in 2026. And, of course, that's an all-steel barricade, with the only frame between them and the steel is that thin tarp that does not reduce that impact at all as Bandido crashes side first. And, of course, the towel can change hands on the outside via a 20 count, as Ring of Honor uses a 20 count on the outside of the ring. And we'll see right now if Nick Wayne truly is the better wrestler or is the better strategist. And right now, putting those steel ring steps on their side up against the apron, I don't know how wise this is. Of course, those jagged edges of those steel ring steps, we saw how dangerous that was with the steel chair in that fight without honor. It's Nick Wayne right now, who sends Bandido hard into the timekeeper's area barricade. And right now, the challenger in full control of the champion here. And just right now, taking it in, soaking in the moment. Just working it out in his mind, I feel like, too, here. Longest match that Bandido has had as the Ring of Honor World Champion, as I pointed out earlier, was here in the Depth Before Dishonor show last year at the Philadelphia Arena against Hechicero, 36 minutes, 26 seconds. Second longest match was actually against Konosuke Takeshita, 29 minutes, 25 seconds. And right now, Nick Wayne, where's the cover? Hook of the far leg. It's a 2 count. And we all know it's going to take far more than that to wear down Bandido. As you see right now, Bandido's holding onto that right elbow. And looking to tear apart that mask. Again, it's not Mexico, so technically speaking, ripping apart the mask of Bandido will not yield disqualification here in Ring of Honor. Bandido had to change the design of his mask, by the way, to wear off, of course. And right now, again, just ripping away at the identity of Bandido is Nick Wayne. Almost a full tear right there, almost exposing the upper forehead, right side forehead of Bandido. But I'm about to say, the fact of the matter, though, that Nick Wayne keeps exposing that mask, I wonder if Bandido will be distracted on the mask and not focus on his opponent. Now driving the shoulders in the corner to Nick Wayne as I say that, though. And Bandido, once again, looking to, get momentum. Picks the leg. Drop down. Hooks the head. And Nick Wayne, oh, man! Big German suplex in the corner. Awkward landing against the turnbuckles for the champion. And snap German. Explosive nature out of nowhere. And Nick Wayne, of course, also has youth on his side and a reckless abandonment, of course, as well. Able to take to these type of extreme high-pressure situations so easily. Of course, holding the Ring of Honor World Championship, a definition of a title for the best in professional wrestling, has always been the legacy of Ring of Honor since the inception of this company in 2002. Not Rich Chop there. Much like the NWA or the CMLL championships, I feel like a classification in their own right of calling who is the best wrestler in the world is he who holds on to that gold, to that title. And again, just kicks the midsection right now of Bandido by Nick Wayne. Calculated, slow, methodical approach here, just wearing down the champion. Notice the way that Bandido was grabbing that elbow, by the way. Of course, if Nick Wayne compromised Bandido's arms, it'll be hard for Bandido to hit that 21 plex. You see Bandido, gets the boot up, though. Clear separation. Shote, Shadow Jutsu Thunder Liger, springing up to the top rope. And a beautiful corkscrew moonsault out of the corner. Lovely tornado. Trying to slow down right now was Nick Wayne, and Bandido back in full throttle here. Front kick. Able to get the big boot up. Overhead military press right now on the challenger with one arm. It looks like the arm's just fine. Dropping Nick Wayne down hard and center. And Bandido all the way up to the top rope. Nick Wayne right now in the drop zone as Bandido might be looking to challenge some Latino heat. Split leg frog splash. Legs hook two. No. 2 7/8 about. And Eddie Chance being out loud and proud. Another all-time great. Rest in peace. Again, goes back to that confidence, that moxie, much like Blake Christian had at Supercard of Honor, that Nick Wayne believes that tonight is his time. Looking to form his own legacy while Bandido continues to follow his own and right now hoisted up. And Nick Wayne trying to fight back, though. Overhead shots. Throat thrust off to Bandido. And right now, Nick Wayne might be looking for Wayne's World, but not going to give him that distance yet to go off the springboard cutter. And Bandido now perching Nick Wayne on the second turnbuckle. And that shot to the derriere, actually, throwing off Nick Wayne and now caught up again up in the Argentine backbreaker position. Look at the strength here. And again, Drop down face first. Now Bandido on the move and flies in with a Shining Wizard. Cover 2. No. Sheesh. I haven't seen Bandido use the Shining Wizard in a long time. I don't know if I've actually seen him use that before. And it just goes to show, again, the depth of a champion, able to add to their repertoire, able to adapt on the fly. And torture rack style position, though, that Nick Wayne had no freaking answer for. Drop down face first in the ring, and the immediate follow by Bandido with the Shining Wizard. Great double offense there shown by the champion. Bam! Keiji Muto be proud of that, turning Nick Wayne inside out, upside down. And of course, on men's world title back here, our summer event as the women will close the stage here at the 20 Arena. It's a midsection though by Nick Wayne. And right now, Nick Wayne once again looking to get back on the move. And once again, is it up and over? Oh, what's playing with a monkey flip and set up and over. Hard landing on the outside. And I think the apron caught his ankles. Now Bandido's bringing up the second. Oh! And Nick Wayne with the awareness, with the uppercuts in the back of the head and shoulder blades. And Bandido suspended, across the apron, holding onto that top rope while his legs are on the second. Swanton bomb! To a suspended Bandido across the apron. And Nick Wayne almost overlaunched himself. And Nick Wayne crashes and burns the outside. I think Nick Wayne knew that there was no good landing there. Again, throwing caution to the wind, but I think that goes again to the extent that Nick Wayne is willing to go to become the youngest ever Ring of Honor World Champion. But he's got to bring him back inside the ring. Can't he even bring up Bandido? Can't even hoist up himself. Damn. I think his back caught the apron there. Sometimes you think without thinking. You actually just, again, you just think on instinct. You just do what you believe you need to do. And Nick Wayne right now with Bandido inside the ring, looking to hook him up. Standing sure annoys, cover 2. No! For those that don't know, that's basically a standing sliced bread without using the corner for leverage. And for a moment, I thought I was going to go for like Wayne's World. And right now, there is no way to call anybody with the advantage. Red versus blue, Prodigy versus the most wanted, champion versus challenger, youth versus the standard. This is what this match, tail of the tape, is at Depth Before Dishonor for the Ring of Honor World Championship. Capacity crowd here on hand, standing room only in the 2300 arena. Bandido, who of course has worn the Ring of Honor emblem proudly for the better part of a year and a half. Open palm strike right now, wheeling the champion forward is the faithful here, but also some chance coming out for Nick Wayne, showing respect to the Prodigy and the potential that he could bring. Overhead palm strike, though, by Bandido, and Nick Wayne just laughing it off. Nick Wayne wants Bandido to bring more forward here. I'm about to say, just literally teeing himself up for Bandido. Will Bandido follow suit? Goes back to that willpower. And right now, just giving a free shot here. Oh, spinning soulbot, rising knee, combination, swing and a miss. Big elbow, rolling elbow connects. Nick Wayne taking advantage. Super kick! Damn! After a 2-win fly, German suplex, Nick Wayne back on his feet though. German suplex to Bandido by Nick Wayne though. Both these men find her together. Super kick by Nick Wayne. Now Nick Wayne once again on the move. Bandido hoisting up Nick Wayne. Oh, drop down into a cutter out of nowhere. Went for the kick and Bandido hooking Nick Wayne for a poison rana. Long shot, crucifix bomb, and both men down. Holy hell! I don't think neither man got the best of that, as we literally just saw 8 moves in the span of 15 seconds and both men laid out. This is professional wrestling, damn it! Holy shit, indeed. Everyone who is able to stand up, even if they weren't standing up, are standing up now to that, as both men are down, laying prone in the middle of the ring. Almost an arm draped length for a cover, it seems. Stephon Smith right now looking to wheel both men to their feet as we look back at the end of this exchange here. Again, that ridiculous pop-up, drop down by Nick Wayne, catching Bandido on the way down to a cutter, whip with a leg kick. Bandido catching Nick Wayne with a poison rana, and then Nick Wayne follows through, hooking Bandido into a crucifix bomb. And caught the champion on the run as both men used each other's momentum against them. Nick Wayne's the first to stir. But we're up to 9. Whoa! And both men all of a sudden rising up eye to eye. That just goes to show again how important this is and how much both these men have left or are willing to give. Forehead to forehead, eye to eye. This is the heart. This is the soul. This is the Ring of Honor World title. Open palm strikes right now. Both men just lining up each other. Oh, wait a minute. Did they just look something? They just follow. Oh, dear God. Oh, boy. Now they're going to take this to a whole nother dangerous level. It's almost like a shootout in Death Valley. Bandido. Oh, they're gone. Hoisting up Nick Wayne. The fireman's carried. Those steel steps still looming that Nick Wayne said earlier. Oh, jumping against Aguri. And Bandido able to fall down to the floor. Nick Wayne, though, scouting Bandido, was looking for the PK, cut the boot, and oh my God! Oh wow! Damn! Nick Wayne just fucking sparked himself in the steel ring steps. What the hell? And Bandido saved himself, and Nick Wayne got clowned on the side of those steel ring steps. The fucking dent with Nick Wayne's head is in them, clear as day. Crowd chant, this is awesome, and I agree. Incredible sequences being seen here tonight with these two men. Bandido rolling inside the ring, and right now Stephon Smith checking on Nick Wayne, who literally got crowned on the top of his head in the side of those steel ring steps. Take a look at the replay if you're with me here. Bandido catching the PK and literally turning Nick Wayne up and over on his head first into those steel ring steps. Unreal. Oh, dear God. Ooh. The blood in the eyes of the prodigy, and Nick Wayne is bleeding profusely. Of course, the blood escapes the skull. It could lead to so many things, including unconsciousness. But it also shows, again, truly the value and the testament of what a wrestler is made of under the highest of high-pressure situations. It doesn't get higher than this for Nick Wayne. And Bandido, though, with a critical chance to regroup here in the corner. We'll see what happens with Nick Wayne here as the referee starts his count on the outside of the ring. Up to 9, and Nick Wayne gets back inside. The fact of the matter that Nick Wayne was on instinct alone, figured about 10 counts here. As again, Ring of Honor has a 20 count on the outside. And right now, Bandido sees Nick Wayne once again in the drop zone. Looking to once again channel some more Latino here instead. Straight star press, but into Nick Wayne's knees. Nick Wayne taking advantage. Inside cradle, small package, 2. Oh, 2.5. Critical moment there. Great opportunity taken by the challenger. And Nick Wayne has to know that his time is limited as long as that blood keeps protruding. Both men meet in center. Bandido and Nick Wayne moving forward here again, colliding in center. Both men drop to a knee. The president versus the future once again. Never more precipice than this match. Blocks the shot. Big headbutt by Nick Wayne. Oh, God, I watch out with a lariat by Bandido. And now it's Bandido in the driver's seat, hoisting up Nick Wayne, who has nowhere to go but down goes on high up. Oh, wait a minute, Wayne, though. Behind the head of Bandido? Trying to push forward. Oh! Come down! No! Nearly seizing the title. Wow. Shout out Amazing Red with that one. It's also one of those things, also like we talked about earlier, when it comes to a man seeing his own blood, what does it bring out of them? The best or the worst? And right now we're seeing that with Nick Wayne. The sheer awareness and what he was able to do from that hold. The desperation that he's willing to go, all in pursuit for the Ring of Honor World title. This is a fucking clinic. At this point, though, you may not know better. You just literally might be like, fuck it. I'm going to do what I have to do to win. Because that's what I believe in myself. I am the prodigy for a reason. That's got to be what Nick Wayne's saying right now, I would think. And right now, Nick Wayne trying to get the best out of this situation. Rising up to his feet, trying to hoist the Bandido, who drops to a knee for leverage. Again, right now, we'll see who has the power advantage here. I still think it's on Bandido's side. Looking to hoist up Nick Wayne up in the fireman's carry. And again, able to get out of the shoulders. Bandido, once again, hoisting up Nick Wayne, though, on the run-in. Caught it. Oh! Bandido hoisted Nick Wayne up and dropped him down on the knee. And right now, the dealer might be looking to show his hand to hit the jackpot. Looking for the Clear. Nick Wayne having a escape the point to the Rana. How the hell he do that? Nick Wayne moving forward. Plans Bandido cover. Kick out one. Bandido somehow went forward. Oh, Nick Wayne clocking him though with a high kick. Once again, hooking up Bandido. Fisherman Buster. Cover leg on two. No. The resolve of Bandido. The resilience of the challenger. 2 count only as this turmoil continues. Crowd change, fight forever, and I agree. And right now, the Prodigy might be looking to send Bandido into his world. Out of the corner into Wayne's world. Got caught, though, up in the fireman's carry. X-Knee connects on the bridge of the nose. And once again, picture perfect Bandido. Once again, looking for the 21 blocks. Pitch 2. No! Nobody kicks out a 21 flex when it comes to Ring of Honor World Championship. Nobody! But now what does Bandido do? Does Bandido start to doubt himself? You'll see how much deeper Bandido is willing to dig versus how much more Nick Wayne is willing to lose and risk. Gut wrench hoisted up on the shoulder. Once again, might be looking for the X-knee. Up in on Gary. Oh, Nick Wayne grabs the leg. Able to block the shot. Turn around. Waist lock. Stephon Smith. Whoa, high in the corner. Oh, the low blow. Oh, no. He stunned the champion down to his knees, and now Nick Wayne up to position. Wayne's World! Holding on to the head right now is Nick Wayne, not going for the cover here in the driver's seat, hooking him up. Prodigy Plex! Cover! Hooked in their leg, 2, and no! And crucifix! Reversal 2! Bandido retains! Holy shit! Bandido once again finding what he needs from underneath with the crucifix counter roll up to the Prodigy Plex. Bandido is still Ring of Honor World Champion. And I do think it is destined and determined for Nick Wayne to become the Ring of Honor World Champion. But tonight was just not his night. In their first time ever altercation for this title, Nick Wayne left it all out there. But Bandido proves once again why he is the most wanted. An incredible pendulum swing of back and forth action down to the very end stretch. And Nick Wayne reaching as desperate as he could with that low blow, nearly capturing the title. But Bandido's sheer awareness with the crucifix. Holy hell. And now he's only 42 days away from catching Nigel McGuinness, becoming the second longest ever reigning and defending Ring of Honor World Champion in a single run. Congratulations to Bandido, the most wanted, and still the possessor of the Ring of Honor World title. I'm about to say, Bandido, I'm sure, gained a lot of respect from Nick Wayne, though, in what he was willing to bring forward here. As much the champion is defined by how he carries himself, not with a title on his shoulder. A challenger also is truly defined with the caliber of the champion that he can be. And again, though, if it wasn't for just, I think, that low blow, if he went for the Wayne's World again or another Prodigy Plex, I think Nick Wayne very well had a chance. Congratulations, though, Bandido, still Ring of Honor World Champion. And again, less than 50 days away from the second all-time record. And I think officially it has earned the moniker. So for those that know in the chat, I'm not Dave Meltzer. I don't rate, I don't rank. But when a match, when a freaking situation in this business brings a level of passion out of me, unlike other situations, you all can type in the chat. You know what I'm about to say. I do this. For Bandido and Nick Wayne's first ever one-on-one singles encounter for the Ring of Honor World Championship and their second ever singles encounter ever here tonight at Depth Before Dishonor, where honor is real, where wrestling is quality assured and pushed forward and respected. Simply put, that's professional wrestling! Damn it! Oh man, what an incredible match here tonight. An incredible contest brought forward by Nick Wayne, and Bandido proving exactly why he holds Ring of Honor in such a high regard, and he is the gatekeeper of the world title. That was so fucking good. On the championship up high tonight for the 2300 arena to see Christian loud and proud. There's a reason that this man is so well respected and why he is still our Ring of Honor world champion. And it looks like we got John Matsuya standing by, actually, excuse me, with Daniel Garcia and Maria Shafir. People drop off left and right. I have nothing. I have nothing to sport. I wasn't always ready and willing to strike when the opportunities arose. Looks like he's going to talk about Daniel Garcia taking a shot at Claudio Castagnoli and the Continental Cup. And when it's bet nothing less. And he doesn't demand nothing less. Only ever asked one thing from anybody on this team. $100%. 100%. Don't give it a bum ankle. That's what happens when you take no days off. Almost no days off. Maybe some days off for somebody else. And Claudio, I'm here. Where you at? Ooh. And again, the Death Riders against the world. No days off for this crew, much like no days off for us here at the Steph Studios. That's why I ride with you. And again, folks, like I said, we do this little promo. Again, tomorrow night, Daniel Garcia, Claudio Castagnoli, winner moves on as part of the Blind Four with John Moxley and Nigel McGuinness to Glasgow, Scotland. I don't got no wife and kids. I got no fancy house. Wrestling is all I have. It's not a sob story. It's not a love story. When I have it any way. A testament to the Death Riders. Claudio, I love you, but I have to do it to you. Because the Continental Tournament is the epitome of what pro wrestling is. Preach! Don't care if it's Nigel McGuinness. I don't care if it's John Moxley. Oh boy. Do it for the love of the game. Continental wrestling matches are the definition why I love professional wrestling again here in the States. And Shafir, as always, steal the eye as ever. Well, folks, on an incredible night, let me go ahead and run down the card once again. We just saw Bandido once again successfully defend the Ring of Honor World Championship against the prodigy Nick Wayne in the Fatal Four for the World Tag Team Championships. El Sky team was able to retain. Lee Moriarty was able to survive the wrestler thanks to a clutch pin roll-up. Deonna Purrazzo took both arms of Steph DeLander. Action Andretti and the Ops triple team Leo Rush in a fight without honor. How poetically named. And we have a new Ring of Honor television champion. Maria Shafir, Sky Blue, and Zeta still unable to seize the title from Red Velvet, as Red Velvet took advantage of Maria Shafir's submission hold on to her Ring of Honor Women's World Television title. And of course, we saw the lethal twist bring forth dirty shenanigans and become the new Ring of Honor six-man tag team champions. And Daniel Garcia has punched his ticket to face Claudio Castagnoli now in the Continental Cup quarterfinals to Monday Collision. It all comes down to this, because forever, is it forever? Or does a wild heart take down a fallen goddess and rise to the occasion. Our main event's up next for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. Athena defends the gold against Stardom's Hazuki. And of course, Hazuki, as we saw, was involved in this year's Women's Own Heart Foundation tournament, has also been involved in tag team action against Athena and MIT. And now Hazuki looks to seize Athena's greatest accomplishment and reigning defending prize. As we welcome in the Wild Heart, the former Goddess of Stardom tag team champion and high-speed champion, longtime friend, of course, and fan of Ring of Honor. And I love this partnership, by the way, with Stardom and New Japan Pro Wrestling. As we welcome one of my all-time favorites, the Wild Heart Hazuki, who at one point was contemplating retirement. And of course, I'm so glad that she didn't. And of course, Hazuki has never faced Athena one-on-one, and Hazuki has also been training in the dungeon with Julia and Natty Neidhart. Also, currently still the Spark Joshi champion. And of course, Hazuki, no stranger to this stage, made his excursion to the United States when she was much younger to Ring of Honor. And is looking to end what seems unendable in Athena's forever Ring of Honor Women's World Championship run. If it's going to take somebody more violent, Hazuki might be the definition of more crazy, and that might be the combination needed to finally overcome what seems unsurmountable. And of course, Hazuki, as I said, heavily known for her career in Stardom, a former 3-time Gods of Stardom champion, 4-time Artist of Stardom champion, and a record-setting at one point high-speed champion with 208 days with that title. And of course, former CMLL Japan Women's Champion as well. Of course, seeing her first accomplishment here in the States for Ring of Honor, who has not lost a proving ground match or a championship match for the better part of 70-plus combined showcases and defenses of the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship against all stages of wrestlers. Canada, Japan, Mexico, America, Ring of Honor, AEW, even Stardom, let's forget, overcoming the one person that got the better of her outside her domain in Shuri. The longest reign in modern day professional wrestling history and in all of ROH history. Of course, the last time that Hazuki challenged for the Ring of Honor Women's World title was when it was coached the Women of Honor title against Sumi Sakai, who was so instrumental in allowing those doors to be open for these incredible athletes to be able to excurge here to the States. Now retired, of course. I still cannot believe the incredible amount of defenses and legacy that Athena has led. 1,351 days. Acknowledge that. Across 38 official defenses. Take it away, Bobby Cruz. Here we go. Big Five Field! We'll go to Japan. I love Hazuki. She warms my heart. A 8-time champion in Stardom. Hazuki has been involved in this business for 12 years, trained by Fuka, who was instrumental in Stardom's development and the Japanese wrestling scene. And of course, Dallas, Texas' own fallen goddess, Athena, who has been involved in this game now for 19 years, endorsed by the likes of Booker T and Lance Hoyt, are reigning and defending for over 1,300 plus days, Minion Overlord and Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. Outlasting the likes of Shuri, Maya World, Taylor Rising, Persephone, Billy Starks, Red Velvet, Hikaru Shida, Queen Amanada, Mercedes Martinez, Allison Kay, Diamante, Legit Layla Hirsch, Mia Yamashita, Willow Nightingale, Yuka Sasaki. The list goes on and on and on. The Marina Shafir, Vert Vixen, and Kiara Hogan, including a tables match, 2 free tables match, a Halloween Ring of Horror, best 2 out of 3 falls, and the only ever survivor of the fittest for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. Ring of Honor is owned by Athena, but eventually a leader can be and has been overthrown. Athena, by the way, is the 4th ever Ring of Honor Women's World Champion since the rebirth of this title and this division following Roxy, Deonna Purrazzo, and Mercedes Martinez. Someone tell me the Code of Honor is not going to be adhered to. Code of Honor, well, immediately going for that pump kick. Both women right now starting off fast, looking for the backslide, hoisted up, gory, reversal, great counter. And Hazuki, of course, former high-speed champion. Athena's got to be aware of the agility that Hazuki is going to impose here, not to mention her aggressive nature. And smart strategy right out of the gate, immediately going after the champion here. I love it so far. And hoisted up. Athena able to escape. Waist lock. And right now, hoisted up. Side headlock. Oh, nice handstand escape there by Athena, who so far has not gotten the better of the challenger. Of course, last year, as I said, I was here at Double Dishonor that Mina Shirakawa came very close in beating Athena for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. When it comes to the Japanese wrestling scene, they are formidably Athena's greatest challengers to overcome. Last year at this arena, it took 25 minutes for Mina Shirakawa to be defeated by Athena. I see the Code of Honor is adhered to. Hazuki, I would not fall for it, my friend. And Baze, you see the fingers crossed behind her back. Hazuki unaware of it, though. And both fingers in. Whoops, swing and miss. Able to beat her. Oh, what an elbow! Just dropping Athena at the outset of the ring. Athena right now throwing a hissy fit, throwing all out sorts here, not just by the fact that Hazuki got the better of her with that sucker punch to the mouth, but the fact that this alliance is 100% in favor of Hazuki. And I do think that people in Ring of Honor want to see a change. Athena has done absolutely everything, not just for this title, but for this division, but for this company. And I do mean Ring of Honor. And I think it is time for Athena to let somebody else hold guard. Why not Hazuki, especially while she's on this excursion? Hazuki's basically been Hazuki versus the world as a freelancer ever since leaving Stars in Stardom. Of course, with the Gods of Stardom Tag League coming up, she might, of course, reteam with Koguma, of course, to FWC to possibly become tag team champions again. But we'll see. A side headlock applied right now by Athena, trying to hold down Hazuki and trying to stick to a game plan here. The side headlock applied. Side headlock takeover. Head scissors, though, by Athena. Trapping Hazuki here right now, looks like. Finally grounding the challenger for the moment. And I'm about to say, Hazuki knows how to escape a head scissors, though, if you've followed her for as long as I have. Almost do a butterfly position of sorts there. And again, drops down the arm, traps the arm, and Athena now changing strategy. Hazuki able to roll through. Hazuki, once again, the gut wrench, applying the challenger, ankle pick by Athena. And Athena right now twisting the ankle of Hazuki. No sheer panic right now on Hazuki at all. Just wrenching it in. Athena right now just looking for a limb. And immediately Hazuki once again going back to the next. Look at the leg. Whoop, gets a 1 count. Nice exchange so far here. Athena right now just literally trying to pick a point to game plan for. And is unable to find any sort of Achilles in Hazuki. Maybe looking for a test of strength. Greco-Roman knuckle lock. Baze, not intimidated here. And of course, Hazuki likes to have fun a little while too in the ring as well. Playing the games. And it looks like finally Athena Hazuki will lock up. Greco-Roman knuckle lock, middle of the ring. See who gets the better of this strength exchange. Immediately going for the double wrist lock, though, is Hazuki. Athena looking for the escape again, but the handstand, arm drag takeover, grounding Hazuki now. The pressure being put on the left arm right now of the shoulder of Hazuki. Deep arm drag. And again, oh, and a throat thrust. There's a dirty tactic that always finds a way to put the match in your favor. Athena, of course, is so used to dominating, being the aggressor in the early going against her opponents. And now looking for the Irish whip. Hazuki counter. Oh! Damn, what a freaking shoulder tackle. Short range shoulder tackle. Ripcord style. Now Hazuki on the move, and Athena hooking the head of Hazuki. Possibly looking for the tiaras. Oh, man, exposed her core for a vicious kick. And so far, Hazuki has had an answer for everything against Athena. Just driving forward now with the side elbow. Irish whip back in the corner. Hazuki once again on the move, just throwing her body into the side of Athena. Snapmare, follow through. Oh, wow. Overhead, blockbuster, follow-up, drop kick, quick offense by Hazuki here. Now sits in the cover. 2. Ooh. There's a 1 count there, but definitely getting inside the champion's head. Oh, and look at this. The friggin' minions of MIT, Billy Starks and Diamante, can't help but be involved at ringside. They've been so instrumental to Athena holding on to that Ring of Honor Women's World title for as long as she had. And Hazuki just trying to fan them away like annoying gnats that they are. Of course, Billy Starks couldn't do it on her own. So she just fell in line once again. Freaking slave. Swing and a miss. And Hazuki once again on the move. Up and around. Athena on the strength. Cover the play. Finally taking her down face first. Cover. Leg hook 2. No. The Minions prematurely celebrating here as Athena finally gets maybe a little bit offense in. And of course, they're just literally exercising the game plan of Athena. Athena clearly scared of Hazuki here. Didn't think she could do it on her own, so she added the freaking minions for insurance. Shot to the spine right now by Athena to Hazuki. And right now, Hazuki drawn up to her feet. Big elbow strike. And again, the control and the dominance that Athena's been looking for has finally been found thanks to her freaking minions at ringside. Oh, big elbow strike. Taking Hazuki down. And Athena right now in her element, driving that boot forward across the throat of Hazuki. Now mixing up with Mike Posey. Oh, wait, look at Billy Starks. Turn around, Mike. Turn around. Eject these idiots. That Billy Starks right now just wrenching the neck of Hazuki. And once again, Athena trying to impose her will on the ring environment and the referee. And ref right now, I agree with this audience. This ref does suck. This is when I feel like you do need 2 referees. Athena, though, again, for all of her friggin' bullying tactics, such a great calculated wrestler. Cover, of course, leading another generation of wrestlers through MPX. And, of course, Nikki Storm will be going through there soon enough, taking on Brett Vixen. And, of course, Athena, no stranger to outside interference to her advantage. You can look at the last few runs, ever since Persephone, ever since Survivor of the Fittest, where Billy Stark and her double-team Maya World to make sure that Athena held on to that title, where she couldn't beat her. And look at this. Almost a modified bow and arrow type stretch here. Oh, jeez. Just driving Hazuki down face first. Shoots the half. Wicked witch cover and a 2 count. Gets the shoulder up. Is literally rearranging Hazuki's whole body there in that modified stretch hold. Arguing her back. Rearranging her legs. Working pressure on the shoulders. Athena now with wrist control. Just dragging Hazuki. And wrist control is so instrumental here, of course. Big elbow, though, as Hazuki tries to fight back, answering kind. Ooh, just underneath that one. Hazuki still fighting back here. Getting the better. I hope that she dribbles her like a basketball here eventually. Irish whip from the corner. Athena, too slow, though. Hazuki now looking for her trap cover. Hook in the leg. Gets a 2 count with a modified package. And big elbow strand. The forearms right now going forward here against Athena now, trying to wear down the champion here. Oh, man, big haymaker. And that, of course, is Hazuki's stronghold, is those forearm exchanges, as much as her speed. Big uppercut, though, by Athena, who runs in. Athena following through, and another running elbow coat, returning kind by Hazuki. Again, Athena, waist lock. Big German suplex, high angle. Oh, wait a minute, Hazuki, that wild heart fired up. And hoisted up, fireman's carry, drop down, steamroller, roll through. Again, up in the fireman's carry is Hazuki on Athena's shoulders. Athena trying to be the aggressor, and Athena in control. Hazuki still fighting back, though, with these elbows, trying to wear down Athena. And whoa, 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 whoa. And somehow the power of Athena still pressing forward, holding Hazuki in position, who still is drumming those elbows in the side of the head of Athena. That hoisted up. And Hazuki, oh, just plants Athena down, almost a seated senton. Almost crushing the champion there. Hazuki right now has to have eyes in the back of her head, knowing that Diamante and Billy Starks are looming around ringside. You only could play so long on the outside of the ring, even with a 20 count, knowing those two idiots are out there. Athena dreaming face first inside that steel chair. Athena not moving right now. Up to 8. And of course, we know the title in Ring of Honor. The 20 count, of course, in Ring of Honor, much like Stardom in New Japan. But you can't win the championship out there like that. And right now, just literally Diamante and Billy Starks just buying time for Athena. This is when I wish Mina Shirakawa would come out here with that kendo stick and just waylay Diamante and Billy Starks. And Mike Posey exercising leniency and caution here. Up to 16 right now. And of course, title hands cannot change hands via count out. Up to 17. Up to 18. Up to 19. And brought back inside, actually. Hazuki just waiting for Athena. And Athena might be a little bit in trouble. Up and around. Take over to Harris. Crown on her head, almost like a leg DDT assist. If there's ever a chance for Hazuki to make history here tonight, much like what I say in the chat, it is now running forward again, charging forward into the champion. Excuse me. Once again, hook at the champion's head into a tornado DDT. Second time, just as effective here right now. Hazuki closing in, hook up both legs, 2, and Athena uses her arms to grab the bottom rope for the break. Again, that awareness right now, knowing where she is, holding on to her title. Not rushing in either, though. As that ridiculous smile on Hazuki's face that I love is right now all over her face. Now just paintbrushing the champion here, driving her boot forward with those Hayabusa split-toe boots of sorts. Athena, though, spinning soul bot. Hazuki holding on to the leg, though, and holding on to her base on the apron. And right now, Hazuki, and, oh, man! Power slam, scoop power slam with Hazuki's own momentum against her on the apron by Athena. Smart move by the champion. And it goes back to, again, that awareness that Athena has. Let's take a look again, if we can here. As you see right now, Athena slow to capitalize. Again, Hazuki was running in, and while Athena was draped across the second rope on the outside, captured her with a scoop slam on the apron. And of course, every bit of the apron, nothing but steel against bone, where wood meets steel, the hardest part of the ring. And Athena now dragging Hazuki back towards center. I don't know what Athena's thinking here right now, trying to literally hoist her up with both arms. And, whoa! Deadlift, powerbomb off the shoulder, 2! No! Athena striking a pose here, and again, taking her challenger lightly, and that might have cost her there in that moment. You can tell that Hazuki is exhausted, and Athena right now is still a little bit on Dream Street. 2 power slams now, one on the apron and one in the center of the ring. Not only disorientating her opponent, but wearing her out. Hazuki right now just crawling her way to the bottom rope, and Athena once again back in firm control. And we'll see how far Hazuki can sink or swim at this point. Of course, Hazuki is still looking to one day become the Wonder of Stardom champion in her pursuit of the white belt. The belt defined so much by emotion, while the red belt is defined by the strongest. Of course, Crazy Girl Suzuki currently holds that title. And I gotta imagine that Hazuki eventually does want to win one of those Stardom championships as well. Now up in the up in the electric chair position. Hold on here. Now Athena might be looking to take things to the extreme with Hazuki up on the shoulders of the electric chair on the second rope. And look at Athena here. Hazuki right now just literally attacking the head of Athena. Hazuki trying to fight back here. And Hazuki, whoa, man! To throw Athena down, avalanche release, crucifix bomb, 2! No! That was a bridge out, not a kick out there. And then fans rallying behind Hazuki here, and obviously a lot taken out with Athena with the fact that she had to bridge out, exercise more strength to prevent that cover. Only so much adrenaline can take you so far, though. And again, take a look at the replay here if you're watching along with me. Able to change position up with the fireman's carry and literally cook Athena, release crucifix bomb far towards center, choose to have lateral press for the cover, and bridging out. As of course, everyone's been trying to will Hazuki since the start of this match to overthrow the forever Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. And Athena right now going back on the inside here, nearly knocked out on the outside at one point, thrown in by her minions, being encouraged here by her minions. And outside that one distraction play, I'll give Billy Starks and Diamante credit. They have not gotten physically involved in this match, but they know what to do when the urgency is there. Both women right now just squaring off here with the forearms on their knees. And again, right now, Hazuki testing Athena, unlike anyone else so far in the precursors of this match. But it's been pretty dead even ever since the minions decided to come to ringside. Now Hazuki just teeing off against Athena here. Forearms, open palm strikes, welling away at the champion. Back away, looking for momentum. Push off the ropes, rebound, up and around, look for the code breaker. Athena catching Hazuki though. And Hazuki, whoa, Hurricane Rana. Again, big elbow. Oh man, what a right. Whoa. And again, right now, Hazuki, I've seen that look in Hazuki's eyes before. Everything the champion has thrown right now has only instigated Hazuki to hit her harder and more, and I encourage that too. And Athena again, still fighting back, open palm strikes. Now the chops, trying to wear down Hazuki. Swinging a miss, and hooking her up. Right of waist, and Athena able to land on her feet. Big pump kick finally takes Hazuki down. Whew, man, every time that I see Hazuki bring the fight to Athena, it just pushes Athena to find another gear of aggressive nature just to keep up with her, let alone take her down. And even though we had one cheating tactic earlier, the crowd right now is respecting what the champion is bringing forward. Now Athena looking to follow through. Caught though. Oh, man. Rising kick on the former champion. Oh, and crowd with a DDT on the apron. That's 2 times now Athena's been spiked on her head by Hazuki. And Hazuki right now might be on the precipice or the doorstep on creating history here. Into her time. Out of the corner, up the top rope. Missile drop kick sends the champion up and over. Athena, though, still trying to fight forward. Hazuki once again on the move. Pop up. Code breaker! The knees right onto the chest of Athena. And Hazuki runs in, catches the boot. Sidestep. Hooks both legs now. Split ligaments now on Athena. And Athena in a world of trouble. Trapped in the corner. Oh, there it is. A little wave. Hello. Oh, man. This could be it. Athena, cover. Oh, kick out 2.5 by the champion. A little bit of a wave goodbye after that ridiculous cold break out of the corner. But it still shows how much Athena has left, able to kick out of that. Keyword, kick out, even grab the ropes. Hazuki, though, so close. But we know how far Hazuki can go in Stardom. And, of course, across the globe. Excuse me, by the way. And right now, Hazuki going up once again, maybe the high-risk district. Athena in the drop zone. Looking for something big and high-risk here. All the way up top goes Hazuki again. Athena, though, willing herself back and crawling away from that destination. Making it possible. Woo! Split leg. Able to escape. Athena on the move. Able to hook Hazuki. Well, was trying to. Now got her hooked. And, oh, God! Wow, driven down face first, 2 both legs hooked, and a 2 count. Oh, Koji Clutch applied. Koji Clutch locked in right now, center of the ring, and we've seen this sort of combination before by Athena lead to so many successful wins recently. And right now, Billy starts getting in the face of Hazuki. And right now, those eyes seeing the future fade away tonight. Athena right now changing position. Hazuki, though, shoulder down on Athena. Forces her to break the hold. Goes into offense. Oh, man, runs through Hazuki with the uppercuts. Athena with the great wherewithal to know that Hazuki was able to reverse the pressure to prevent the pin and immediately follow through with more stiff offense, creating separation and keeping the match in her favor. Crowd chant this has been an incredible pay-per-view once again by Ring of Honor, as Death Before Dishonor has delivered on all fronts. Athena right now, crossing the legs of Hazuki, might be looking for a Widow's Peak curb stomp. And again, it usually does into the championship. Instead, looking to do it into that Ring of Honor logo. Swinging and miss, and Hazuki grabs the arm, drops Athena down. Crowd face! And the crowd face locked in! And the hair of Athena impairing her vision as well as her breathing with that head grip across the bridge of the nose. And of course, Hazuki's body in between the champion and the ropes. But Athena trying to reverse the pressure, roll through, and does so to force the break. And again, Hazuki right now looking to follow. And with the kick to the side of the head, driving the champion to the outside of the ring. And Athena right now, once again, take it down to the outside. Hazuki is feeling it, looking to follow up, and oh God, intercepted. That was the first critical mistake I've seen out of Hazuki this whole match. Looking for the Lope, so seeing Athena caught her flush with that kick, stopping her dead in her tracks. Hazuki might literally be out here. Athena right now grabbing Hazuki and just throwing her into the barricade. And this is where you're in Athena's world and where Athena is at her most dangerous, which she has full control over you on the outside of the ring and loves to use that environment for violence. I gotta consider that Athena probably feels a little bit upset considering how much Hazuki has hung in this match and taken advantage of her. Now dragging her by her hair all the way up the entranceway where there's nothing but metal grated steel. And what wicked ideas are going for Athena's mind right now? The gut wrench. Oh, dear God. No. Not a power slam on the freaking rampway. Athena and Hazuki able to escape, catching her with the forearm. Blocks the shot. Big forearm connects. And both these women in a dangerous, precarious spot. Pump kick denied. And Athena hooking up Hazuki. Oh, dear God. Oh, man. Looking for the deadlift power bomb. Hazuki's still fighting back, though. Looking to hook up Athena. And Athena. Oh! Fisherman suplex on that steel-plated ramp. And look at the glazed look at Athena's eyes. And the war cry by Hazuki. Primal cry here by this warrior of combat. Rebel Heart fighting one battle that she may not be able to win, while the Wild Heart is still fighting another championship battle that she can win. And now Hazuki having her way with the champion, unleashing her own aggression and violence, building her into the barricades, as she should, damn it. Hazuki staying focused on the champion and driving her face first into that ring post. Good Lord. And right now, 1552 might not come forward here if Hazuki continues forward the way that she is. Going up and around that ring post face first. And again, Hazuki right now bringing the champion back inside. The crowd on their feet, waiting to see if we will witness history here with a new champion named Hazuki, who might be looking for that top rope senton bomb to finish her off. And finally got all of it. Cover to new champ. No! Damn it! You had to hook the arm, Hazuki. You couldn't just rely on your back press. And I've already seen so much history here tonight at the 2300 Arena. But will we see this champion finally fall at the hands of a Joshi? Will we see a third title change here? To close Death Before Dishonor, front face lock now by Hazuki, hoisting up Athena, and now the minions coming to the aid of their leader, Billy Starks. Oh no! Pushing Athena into my posy. And clearly now this is turned to a handicap. And Hazuki right now fighting up against the world. Hazuki on the move, and again caught by both Billy Starks and Diamante. And again, you could be as good an athlete as you want to be, but when the numbers game is not in your favor, it is always a losing battle. Yeah, I'm about to say, no one wants to see this bullshit. Hazuki right now underneath the boots of Diamante and Billy Stars, where Mike Posey was crushed underneath Athena. Boy, this ref does suck. And Billy Starks and Diamante pulling the double play for Athena, who's still down and out. Hazuki, able to escape. Hazuki off the ropes. Oh, yes! Single knee code breakers wiping out Diamante and Billy Starks. Trying to clear the deck here. Double drought kicks wiping out Billy Starks. Diamante on the outside of the ring. And now she's focused on her opponent, but on her opponent's accomplishments. Tope Suicida wiping out Diamante and Billy Starks. Yes! Not looking to be denied here tonight. Gets her comeback from earlier. But you need to focus back on the champion. You neutralize the idiots. Now focus on the task at hand. Hazuki right now scouting Athena, who lays prone. Cut the leg, though. Able to pick the angle. Was looking for the PK. Cross the legs. Trying both arms. Uh-oh. Curve stop! The mouth of Hazuki face first in the canvas. And the hook of the near leg. Kick out 2.5 by Hazuki. And Hazuki right now in a world of trouble. Athena might be looking for that pump handle, facebuster, take him in the Koji clutch combination, hoisting up Hazuki. Hazuki fighting back though, and again Athena, the strength of the champion. Oh God! Hazuki coming a plow driver, kick out 2.5. And Athena right now with literal sense of disbelief etched all over her face. Hazuki able to kick out of one of the great finishing combinations that Athena has used for the better part of the latter run of her run as we are our Women's World Champion. Mike Posey back, of course, by the way. Hazuki knows how big the opportunity is. Athena also knows how huge this opportunity is, but she continues to continue her history. Now saying look at the outside against the announce table. And well, looks like that table is finally going to be put into play. The forever champion right now rearranging the furniture that is nothing more but a table covered in wires, computers, electronics. Clearing the deck here. Good grief. She's taking the table away from Ava Garbani and Caprice Coleman. This is not going to end well for somebody. What is Athena thinking here? The violence right now that Athena might look to unleash might be unlimited. Hoisting up Hazuki up on the apron. Oh man, open palm strike. Blistering the chest right now, and Athena. Oh jeez. Push a member of production staff away. That's probably gonna be a fun, but I don't think Athena fucking cares. Hazuki able to escape. Super kick! Clocking Athena. And Hazuki right now, once again, in control of the champion, draping her from the apron. DDT on the floor! That's the third time now Athena's been dropped in her fucking head. And Hazuki right now has crazy ambitions prior to that table. If someone could be just as crazy or as violent as Athena, I think we found it. With the champion here in a prone state. Double axe right now, driven down into the side and the chest. And Hazuki right now. What the hell? Hazuki. No. Hazuki, don't do this. Hazuki going to the highest of extremes. How fitting over in Philly. Hazuki asking the will of the people. The challenger, crazy son of a bitch. Oh, man. Cross body across Athena on that table that doesn't give. And now Hazuki looking to bring the champion out of that heat back inside the ring. The challenger firmly in control. On the doorstep. Forever might finally be over. Hooking her up. Hazuki got her up in position. Vertical drop. Brain Buster! No! Hazuki at 2 9/10. And somehow Athena's still alive. Can we finally see the first new champion since fucking 2023? And the crowd might be believing it. I still don't know how Hazuki's still fighting forward. Athena, though, somehow able to get back up to her feet. Off the rope, side step. Hazuki lands on the apron, though. Athena, oh man, what a stunner across the top rope. I don't know how the hell either of these women still have this much left in them. And once again, Athena trying to move forward here, getting to her feet, picking up momentum, and looking to dive to the outside. What the hell? That was a freaking whole face. That's a variation on the tope I've never seen from Athena. And brings it back inside as Athena once again looks to ascend to the high-risk district in a second position. Oh, face! Leg hook 2! Athena retains again! Damn! 1,352 days and counting. Unfucking believable. The heart of Suzuki as the wild heart demonstrates her entire young professional wrestling career. Still so much more to offer, but the resilience and the drive and the desire of the Ring of Honor Women's World Champion to not let forever be altered. I truly don't believe there is a woman on the face of the earth that could beat Athena right now for this title. And you see a little bit of blood right now on the lower lip of Hazuki, who has literally laid out that variation on the tope into an O face. I've never seen Athena do that before in my life. And that goes to show, again, the ever-continuing evolution and testament, whether you like it or not, of our Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. And Athena, of course, 37 full-on defenses here. And wow, Code of Honor adhered to. And is this actually a changing of the heart? I don't trust Athena as far as you can throw her here. I'm about to say, we know what Athena's capable of. And Hazuki, again, though, grabbing the right hand of Athena. And a bow of respect as Japanese tradition goes. Wow. Athena and Hazuki both bowing down to each other. That's the sign of respect that goes to show the definition of fighting spirit and the testament of champion and challenger. That goes to show how much Hazuki has shown Athena, and rightfully so. And that's what it's all about in the center of the ring when it comes to Ring of Honor and Ring of Honor professional wrestling. What an incredible night. What an atmosphere. What a battle of wars. What history we witnessed here. Again, Claudio Castagnoli takes on Darren Garcia, Orange Cassidy, Kyle O'Reilly. Two of those four men will round out the final four of the Continental Cup as the quarterfinals continue tomorrow night on Saturday. And of course, Will Nigel will defend the Individual Women's World Championship against Maya World as we look towards All In. Next week, stay tuned. We're still predicting our coverage, the Disney Breakdown, as we go All In that weekend. But again, we are 9 days away. If you have not purchased this one-of-a-kind incredible pay-per-view that will be taking place from Wembley Stadium, the cathedral of football becomes the cathedral of professional wrestling, as the home where Extreme is baptized, once again plays host to honor. Athena still Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. Now and truly very well might be forever. Getting a ringing endorsement of respect and a standing ovation, and I'll go ahead and join suit from the people at ringside. I don't know if forever truly is forever, but one thing's for certain, Athena is Ring of Honor, and it will be death before she is dishonored. With that being said, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to this special watch-along coverage of Ring of Honor for Dishonor. I hope that you enjoyed. So on behalf of all of you, until the next time we are in your feed on the X or on YouTube, hope to see you Sunday for the shenanigans and lockdown for what it's worth. But until next time, as I always like to leave you, make a positive impact in life. Have a good night. Happy wrestling, everybody. This has been Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor, and truly, it's been a night full of honor. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great one, folks. See you next time.